Dear God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for the peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspiration of those whom we serve. Amen.
Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin today by commending the courage and resolve of our frontline staff responding to this unprecedented public health emergency. From medical personnel to the folks stocking shelves and keeping the grocery stores open, to the water and fuel delivery staff and officers in our communities and at the borders, I am grateful to you all for this selfless work. It is because you are at work that others, in fact, much of the Government of Northwest Territories workforce, have been able to work remotely through this crisis. Mr. Speaker, it has indeed been a challenge for so many people working from home, many with added responsibilities to ensure each department can continue to fulfill its critical functions. From processing applications for land leases to issuing permits for wildlife and forestry, and to keep the lights on across the Northwest Territories has required extra time and attention. For the Northwest Territories Power Corporation, this includes new protocol for entering communities and performing emergency work or required maintenance. Importantly, this also means working with the Emergency Measures Office to acquire personal protective equipment to keep those essential workers safe. COVID-19 has changed the way we work, but the work to protect our land, water, and air must continue. Staff at the Department of Lands and Environment and Natural Resources have worked diligently to develop new protocol to ensure the important work of protecting our environment, managing land use can continue in a way that is safe for our employees and residents. This includes new ways of carrying out inspections, research, and environmental monitoring while maintaining physical distancing and respecting the public health order that are in place. Environmental assessments are a critical part of our regulatory system in the Northwest Territories, and involving a high level of coordination between departments, agencies, and Indigenous governments. Despite the challenges caused by the pandemic, I am proud to say we are on track to meet the legislative timeline for June 06, 2020 to complete our response to the review board on the Diavik environmental assessment. As you know, Mr. Speaker, many Northerners are going out on land in response to COVID-19. As a result, Environment and Natural Resources and land officers have increased wildlife monitoring, enforcement activities, and inspections. And of course, the way we fight fires this summer will be unlike any other season before. Environmental and Natural Resources have been preparing for months, reviewing best practices in other jurisdictions and adapting our operations to reduce the risk to our staff and our communities. On top of the regular duties, many of our Environmental and Natural Resources and lands officers have also stepped up to support the larger Government of Northwest Territories wide effort to combat the spread of COVID-19. These efforts are critical to keep our families and communities safe and healthy. Between Environment and Natural Resources and lands, well over 70 staff have been taking on extra duties or lend their expertise to other departments over the last couple of months. Notably, the Emergency Management Organization, the COVID Compliance and Enforcement Task Force, and border crossing check stations. The level of collaboration and coordination throughout the Government of Northwest Territories has been incredible. At lands alone, a full 25% of the department's employees are redeployed or reassigned as part of the COVID-19 efforts. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to give special shout out to the Environment and Natural Resources Taggart Environmental Laboratory. The lab has been working hard in recent weeks producing hand sanitizer for our frontline workers, including officers I just mentioned. Getting the supplies and the okay from Health Canada to produce took a lot of time and effort, but it truly paid off. At last count, the lab had produced more than 4,000 litres of hand sanitizer. Mr. Speaker, the physical distance and isolation measures put in place to combat the spread of COVID-19 has created new and very real economic stressors on the Northwest Territories residents, families, businesses, Indigenous governments and communities. That's why the Department of Lands is helping to ease some of the burden by waiving rent for leaseholders on public land for the fiscal year 2020-2021. Looking forward, we hope to be able to open our regional and local offices to the public very soon under appropriate health order protocol. And that's not all. To help customers impacted by the crisis, Northwest Territories Power Corporation moved all load limiters, suspended disconnections and collections activities. At the same time, Northwest Territories Power Corporation is coordinating a response with its counterparts across the country and with the Territorial Emergency Measures Organization. Through it all, Northwest Territories Power Corp is keeping its workers safe while maintaining optimal service levels for Northwest Territories residents. I am grateful to the many individuals across my departments who have taken on extra duties to ensure we continue to protect our land, air, water, and ensures the wise use of our natural resources. I appreciate your commitment to the important work we do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the students at Aurora College left for March break, they were unaware of the uncertainty that the pandemic would bring to so many aspects of their lives, including if they would remain on track to achieve their education and career goals. I would like to share with you today some of the challenges and innovative solutions that the team at Aurora College implemented to support their students and their communities. When the pandemic hit the Northwest Territories, all Aurora College programming was temporarily suspended while the college team planned and executed a fundamental shift in how they would teach. In a 2-week period, Aurora College transitioned from classroom-based learning to a distance learning format for all of its full-time certificate, diploma, and degree programs. Through innovation and determination on the part of the instructors, the majority of students remained on track to complete their semester. Mr. Speaker, students who previously relied on access to a shared computer lab faced the challenge of not having the technology typically required to learn from a distance. In response to this challenge, Aurora College collaborated with Computers for Schools to provide computers to students who identified they needed one to continue their studies. All throughout these changes to the program delivery, the college continued to consider how suspended and cancelled programs might restart, and the Aurora College team stayed in touch and followed up with affected students to support their continued educational journey, ensuring continued relationships between students and staff during this difficult time of transition. Mr. Speaker, in addition to a monumental shift in their teaching method, Aurora College was also able to assist with the broader Government of the Northwest Territories response to COVID-19. Student housing in Fort Smith was repurposed to accommodate travelers returning to the Northwest Territories who needed to isolate for 14 days. In addition, the College Centre for Mine and Industry Training facility became the solution to address the need for a drive-through COVID-19 testing site for the Department of Health and Social Services. At the Yellowknife North Slave campus, the Bachelor of Science in Nursing staff stepped up to inventory medical equipment and supplies used in that program and designated for use by health authorities if required. Aurora College engaged with the Department of Health and Social Services to determine how current students in the Bachelor of Science in Nursing, Practical Nursing Diploma, and Personal Support Worker programs could play a role in the emergency response at healthcare facilities. These students also participated in the emergency response either through casual employment or through their scheduled practicum. There have also been engagements with Education, Culture, and Employment to determine how students in the Early Childhood Development Program could support the reopening of daycare facilities under emergency conditions. Mr. Speaker, at the Inuvik campus, the Arts, Crafts, and Technology Micromanufacturing Centre has been using 3D printers to make mask tension relievers for hospital workers and developing prototypes for door openers that allow you to open a door with your arm instead of hand. In addition, it has all the supplies and is on standby to produce face shields should they be required. As well, the single student housing facility is being provided as a temporary solution to address the emergency isolation needs of the town's vulnerable population. Mr. Speaker, as the college plans for how to deliver programming in the fall of 2020, their primary responsibility remains the health and safety of students, staff, and residents. In response to the Government of the Northwest Territories' Emerging Wisely reopening plan and to its ongoing commitment to student success, the majority of Aurora College programs and courses offered in the 2020 fall semester will be delivered entirely by distance learning. Acknowledging the importance of hands-on and face-to-face learning, Aurora College continues to determine how and when critical in-person programming can happen based on advice from the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer and the Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission. Mr. Speaker, all of the challenges faced by the changes made have strengthened the college and shown that the institution is ready and capable of making the changes necessary to transform into a polytechnic university. The transformation remains on target and is more important than ever for the Northwest Territories. There are wide-ranging benefits to establishing a polytechnic university in the Northwest Territories, many of which could contribute to the social and economic recovery in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. The combined short and long-term benefits could make the transformation a focal point for drawing post-COVID related investment, primarily from the Government of Canada, but it may also draw attention from wide-ranging sources. Mr. Speaker, Aurora College currently serves a student population that is 75% Indigenous and oversees several academic and research programs in partnership with Indigenous governments. Engaging our Indigenous partners in a meaningful way in transformation is critical to its success. That's why I have written to Indigenous leaders to collaborate on an approach to how and when they are engaged in the transformation, based on the principles of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It is also important to highlight that what we are building is a post-secondary institution that reflects the values and interests of our residents. Beyond the simple mechanics of economic stimulus, residents must be inspired by new short and long-term opportunities. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to say that despite the additional challenges Aurora College students have faced, it has been heartening to see their continued dedication to advancing their education. I also have to congratulate all of the Aurora College graduates of 2020 who, in the face of adversity, successfully completed their programs. They should be very proud of their achievement. Their commitment to success will serve them well throughout their lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Haverhill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to discuss the issue of racism as the death of George Floyd has placed it in front and center in the news. When I look at what is happening not just around the world but in Canada and the Northwest Territories, I am deeply disturbed at what people of colour are being subjected to. It is easy to think of this as an American problem, that Canada is somehow better, or that we don't have this problem in the North. The truth is that if you were to ask any person of colour in the territory, or even in this room, whether they have been subjected to racism, the answer would almost certainly be yes. Mr. Speaker, racism takes many forms. It is not always outright or violent. It is often quiet and whispered, but what all forms have in common is that they are specifically directed at people because of the colour of their skin, their culture, or their nationality. If we truly believe racism is wrong, then we must speak up against it. Challenge people. Speak up when we hear the so-called jokes and people laughing at them. Speak up when we see these things being done at our workplace or in our departments that perpetuate it. It is not enough to see these things as wrong, but then sit and stay silent. Mr. Speaker, if we do nothing, then those with racist attitudes feel validated in their thinking and beliefs. This feeling of validation is what leads to some police officers knowing that they can, in broad daylight with people watching, kill an innocent man or shoot an innocent woman and not face repercussions. It leads to ordinary citizens feeling they have the right to hunt a man down while he's out for a jog, shoot him multiple times, and it being a defensible action. Mr. Speaker, my only grandchild is of mixed race. I do not want her or any other person of colour to face violence or prejudice because of the colour of their skin. I do not want people of colour to have to continue to fight for respect and equal treatment. Our responsibility is to be the stimulus of change so that fighting and protesting is no longer necessary. I know that as long as I am alive, I will protect my granddaughter and those of color against racism and the hatred it breeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nunukput.
Speaker, policing across our territory in the wake of Mr. George Floyd's death weeks ago, people across North America taking a stand that Black Lives Matter, Mr. Speaker. Of course, police brutality cannot be condoned in any way. It's unacceptable in any circumstance. It's not acceptable that people of colour, including in Canada, Indigenous people who are frequently victims of this brutality. High-profile incidents like George Floyd's case also put a spotlight on the RCMP, Mr. Speaker. Today, Nunavut's calling for a systemic review of the RCMP services provided to their territory. Understandably, anti-police sentiment is spotlighted in the media right now. Listening to the radio this morning, I really feel for them. I wonder how much is this being influenced by the fears of COVID-19 on the lockdown, Mr. Speaker. People are anxious about new powers, authorities that dictate how we should be living in these times. So I want to take a moment to remember all the hardworking RCMP officers out there who put their lives on the line daily to keep our communities safe. With a group of our profession, there are unfortunately some bad apples who cast a shadow of good work being done by others. Police in the North are hard-working members in dangerous situations, including they work by themselves half the time. Our correctional officers, our highway patrol officers, territorial park officers, municipal enforcement officers, our police, our peace officers regularly work difficult environment, dangerous situations, time of crisis. They respond quickly without personal danger. Many RCMP officers work alone with little or no backup. They put their lives on the line every single day, that they pay the ultimate cost. Let us not forget the sacrifices of Constable Christopher Warden, who was killed on duty in Hay River in 2007, our parole officer Louise Pettinger, killed in the line of duty here in Yellowknife in 2004. So, while condemning police brutality, let's also remember that not all police officers are the same. Many are caring, giving members to our communities. I want to encourage all Northern leaders to reach out to detachment commanders, sergeants. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all our leadership across our territory, all 33 communities, to reach out to detachment commanders and dialogue on policing. How can we improve in our communities? Also want to thank all those who serve and keep our communities safe. The RCMP officers, the persons who stays on call 24 hours a day. In our small communities, they even have to be the ambulance drivers. We want to thank the sacrifices and appreciate your services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, each year we celebrate the accomplishments of our graduating students with best wishes for the future in their chosen field of study. This is no small feat, but a monumental task for the graduating students, as they endured many years of homework and studying to prepare them for the next steps in their journey, post-secondary education. Today, on behalf of the community of Fort Providence, we congratulate and recognize the graduating class of 2020 from Degas School. Raina Bonatrouche, Nisa McKenzie, Anthony Betsaka, Kelly Leishman, Julia Gargan, Jacob Gargan, Shannon Bonatrouche, Wade Sanderson, and Alex Canadian. We support you as you follow your dreams. Mr. Speaker, further to this, we would also like to acknowledge the accomplishments of a post-secondary graduate of 2020, Ms. Caroline Minikosh of Fort Providence. Caroline completed a 4-year Bachelor of Arts program with a major in political science and a minor in Indigenous Studies at Carleton University in Ottawa. We wish Carolyn all the success in finding work within her field of study. Mr. Speaker, the community of Fort Providence would like to provide encouragement to the following students in post-secondary institutions: Brandon Tom, Bachelor of Sport and Fitness; Delaney Vandal, Nursing Program; Michaela Vandal, Bachelor of Arts; Lynette Sapern, Hospitality Management; Patricia Bouvier, Indigenous Teacher Education degree; Lindsay Landry, Bachelor of Fine Arts and Design; Edmund Gargan, Motorcycle Mechanic Program; Ananda Canadian, International Baccalaureate; Derek Vandal, Parts and Materials Technician Program. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the residents of Fort Providence, we wish them all the best for what the future may hold for them. Merci.
Thank you, member for Decho. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I had a chance to get my hands really dirty on the weekend. We drove down to the Northern Farm Training Institute, or NIFTY, near Hay River to volunteer. On the first morning, we built trellises for pumpkins and squash, but in the afternoon, we each bagged about 1,000 pounds of potatoes. The Great Potato Collaboration is now underway. NIFTY put out a call for potatoes for the Northwest Territories during the pandemic to help build food security. The Potato Growers of Alberta helped identify one of its members, Sunnycrest Farms, that could help. John and Marlene Eckel own Sunnycrest Farm in Lacombe and answered the call by agreeing to give 50,000 pounds of seed potatoes to NIFTY. That's more than a pound of seed potatoes for each person in the Northwest Territories. What a tremendous gift. Thank you. When we were at NIFTY, we bagged potatoes for Aklavik and brought some back to Yellowknife for the Inuvik greenhouse. Virtually every community will get some of the seed potatoes, and several transport companies have agreed to carry them for free. Our staycation at NIFTY included a comfortable yurt and some meals with volunteers from France, Germany, and other parts of Canada. NIFTY is doing a fantastic job of building food security and deserves greater investment from this government. While we were in Hay River, we christened the brand new Ports Landing picnic area and fire pits with some whitefish provided by the Honourable Member for Hay River South. He was right, as the lakeshore proved to be too cold for us with the ice along the shore, but we had an excellent dinner. During our travels, we visited Fort Providence, where huge candling ice slabs flowed down the Decho, tinkling along the way. We would also like to thank Russell Chase, who showed us his rabbit farm near Enterprise. We also had a chance to discuss how GNWT could better support food security. We had a quick tour of Kakiza, which I had not visited in over a decade. Black bears, bison, sandhill cranes, and other birds were spotted along the way. More seriously, Mr. Speaker, our trip reminded me of what a great place we live in and the tremendous tourism opportunities we should better promote this summer. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tunade-Welday.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to congratulate the Lutselk'in Dene First Nation for being selected to win a United Nations award known as the Equator Prize. Mr. Speaker, for those who don't know, the Equator Prize is an award which recognizes outstanding community efforts to reduce poverty through the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Mr. Speaker, Lutska won this award for their tireless work on the establishment of Thai-Dene-Nene, or Land of the Ancestors, National Park Reserve. The area of the park reserve is 26,000 square kilometers, encompassing areas of boreal forest and Arctic tundra, and dozens of lakes, rivers, waterfalls, and wildlife. Mr. Speaker, Lutska is one of 10 global winners of this prestigious award, selected among 600 nominations, spanning 120 countries. And this is the first time a Canadian group has won this award. The award also carries a $10,000 cash prize, and the winners will be honored in New York City later this year as part of Climate Week and Nature Summit at the UN. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of people at the LKDFN would like to thank for their long efforts and hard work that was put into making Thai-Dene-Nene into a reality. First, we want to thank Chief Marlowe and the entire council, as well as Steve Nita, the lead negotiator for Thai-Dene-Nene, along with all our elders, and other community members who contribute to this massive project which spans decades to produce. Mr. Speaker, the Thaidana Nena have a website called Land of Our Ancestors. I encourage the public to check it out and see the wonderful work that was done and put into making this park a reality. Masicho, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Welde. Member statements. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 weeks, people across North America and the world have been taken to the streets to protest against the excessive use of force by law enforcement and police brutality towards Black, Indigenous, and all people of color. Mr. Speaker, these protests began in Minnesota after footage was released of a Minneapolis police officer kneeling on the neck of an unarmed Black man named George Floyd, who later died because of this brutal police interaction. And why did the police use excessive force on George Floyd? A cashier alleged he had a counterfeit $20 bill. Mr. Speaker, George Floyd's death might have been the catalyst triggering these protests. However, his death symbolizes a much larger issue within our society, which is institutional racism against Black, Indigenous, and all peoples of color. Mr. Speaker, as a Dene woman and a former chief, I've heard of hundreds of cases of police brutality towards unarmed Indigenous people and other people of color, both in the NWT and across Canada. Even this past weekend, my friend, Alan Adam, chief of the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation, publicly discussed an incident of police brutality that he experienced with the RCMP in March of this year. In fact, Chief Adam has shared images of his beaten and battered face from his brutal police interaction. And why did the RCMP use excessive force on Chief Adam? Expired vehicle registration. Mr. Speaker, systemic racism is a fact of life, and if these stories aren't enough to show the over-policing of Black and brown bodies, here are some statistics. According to a CBC analysis of data from fatal police encounters from 2000 to 2017, while Indigenous people make only 4.8% of the general population, they account for 15% of all police fatality victims. Conversely, Black Canadians account for only 3.4% of general population, yet account for 9% of all police fatality victims. These stats show that racialized people experience disappropriation levels of police violence than others. Mr. Speaker, structural racism has persisted in our government and legal systems for far too long in this country. Canada and the RCMP have a deep colonial history that cannot be ignored, and we must call out and root out the learned behaviors of racism at all levels of government. We've had dozens of reports, national inquiries, and royal commissions, and they all share the same conclusion. Ask for to extend my seek unanimous consent for finish my statement.
Thank you. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
We've had dozens of reports, national inquiries, and royal commissions, and they all share the same conclusion. So we must continue to actively improve these systems wherever possible. And Mr. Speaker, Black lives matter, and Indigenous lives matter. I will have questions for the Minister of Justice later today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member for Nuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, since March, we've been following the rules. A lot of my constituents have been doing what they need to do. But now it's it's June, but May it got nice and warm towards the end, and now it's beautiful at home. And although I agree with the fact that the ITI department needed to get time to get their staff and campgrounds ready, I wanted her to know that at home, our camping season starts May long weekend. until July, and it usually runs until July, as this is our warm weather months. We still have people that like to go in August and September to the campgrounds, but this is when it's full. And yes, I'm aware that our campground in my region doesn't open until June 1st, but that's another issue that we can also work on. While we prepare for summer, and we as a territory prepare to enter into phase 2 of opening our territory to what will hopefully be a smooth and easy transition, Mr. Speaker, the NWT has not had a case, I mention this again, for over 2 months, and people in my region, and I imagine in other regions, are eager to enjoy what this territory offers, including the use of our territorial parks for overnight camping. As I learned this morning, all campgrounds in the NWT will be open this Friday for overnight camping. Mr. Speaker, in the Gwich'in Territorial Park and Caribou Creek campgrounds, these are examples of important destinations for the residents of my community and region during the summer months. These locations not only offer a place where residents can get out of the house, but enjoy the outdoors after a long, dark, cold winter. Those who don't have on-the-land camps. They're very popular for picnics and overnight camping. NWT residents have been recommended to avoid all non-essential travel out of the NWT, but yet we can't even overnight camp in our campgrounds. Mr. Speaker, I believe now is the time where we can open up our parks to our residents for overnight camping and do it safely. And I'm glad that the Department of ITI agrees with me. I will have questions for the Minister of ITI. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to talk about the poverty trap today. I've talked about this concept before, but as a reminder, a poverty trap is a self-reinforcing cycle that allows poverty to persist. And in particular, it's a situation in which an increase in income results in a decrease in benefits, so that in the end you're no further ahead. Mr. Speaker, this pandemic has been difficult for all of us, but particularly for people with low or no income. The federal and territorial governments have provided additional benefits to low-income residents, and to its credit, the territorial government has permitted income assistance recipients to keep this extra money without reducing its financial support to them. As you will hear later today when the Standing Committee on Social Development tables its pandemic response report, we would like this exemption to stay in place and to increase the limit on keeping unearned income over the year. Mr. Speaker, a particular problem within the poverty trap is finding affordable housing. I have a constituent who is a single dad with 2 children who is currently living with family. It's a chaotic and overcrowded situation where it's difficult to get the rest they all need. He has a skill, but he hasn't been able to work because of the pandemic lockdown. What he would like to do is get a job and get a place of his own, but he's running into barriers. The first barrier is that he doesn't have a job right now. He's on income assistance. That more or less rules out renting from the private market, as he doesn't have a steady income. Income assistance will provide a 3-month guarantee, but most landlords want a year, especially during the pandemic. Landlords no longer have the opportunity to evict tenants for non-payment, so they are taking fewer risks. A possible solution is to get into public housing. We all know that the waiting list in Yellowknife and many places throughout the territory is very long. He's been told he's number 20-something on that list. In other words, he's not going to get into public housing anytime soon. Mr. Speaker, my constituent has a skill and he wants to work. He wants his own place for his children. It seems like a simple ask, but it's not. That's a poverty trap. If we want people to not only survive but thrive, we need to identify these poverty traps. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you. The member for Yellowknife Centre is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we need to identify these poverty traps and eliminate them. One solution is to introduce a guaranteed basic income. I will have questions on that point for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Cam Lake.
Mr. Speaker, today is 15 days after the last breath was pressed out of George Floyd while a police officer knelt on his neck for 9 minutes. In empathy for his family and all who are suffering, I ask this House to show compassion and join me in 9 seconds of silence. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, Yellowknifers march down our main streets to declare unequivocally that Black Lives Matter. I struggle with my absence, and I struggle that it will be mistaken as silence, the silence of complicity. This world suffers 2 pandemics simultaneously, COVID-19 and racism. Black people have suffered from both disproportionately. COVID arrived on this continent 101 days ago, and racism centuries ago. Both persist, both are insidious, both are a disease, and both require our ears and our action. Racism uses the color of someone's skin to strip them of their unique individuality and to herd them into a group of stereotypes where personhood is extinguished. This lack of understanding and personal relationship breeds fear and mutual isolation. Racism is woven tightly into the fabric of our society with the threads of white privilege. 32 years ago, Peggy McIntosh wrote an article unpacking the invisible knapsack of privileges that white people have learned to take for granted, not because they don't know poverty or haven't struggled, but because they have unquestioned access to power and resources systemically denied to people of color. Last year, Corey Collins wrote about the power unconsciously enjoyed and consciously perpetuated by white society, both as a weightless knapsack full of opportunity and the weapon brandished to preserve it. He mentioned 3 exclusive powers: the power of normalcy, that white is the normal against what everyone else is judged; the power of benefit of the doubt, where white people are granted individual potential, the ability to survive mistakes, and given compassion when struck by hardship; and 3, the power of accumulated power. This is the inheritance of law, policy, and wealth that continue to compound to the advantage of white people. Mr. Speaker, while people of color have spent lifetimes enduring racism, privilege has afforded white people the choice to stand up. So the anger, fear, resentment, and frustration we see stems from a lifetime of standing up out of survival. People of color have run lifetimes of marathons while the rest of us show up wondering why everyone else seems so tired when we have barely begun to run and some don't even have their shoes on yet. 15 days ago, as he died, George Floyd begged for his mama. Today, he is being buried next to her. Yellowknife's Nesmith Graham says, as long as we're the only ones screaming, our voices will be drowned out. We need the majority to be just as angry, to be just as aware, and to stand up for us. So, Mr. Speaker, today as George Floyd is laid to rest, I call on all those who have benefited from white privilege to reflect on that privilege, to imagine what your wife would be like if you weren't considered normal, given the benefit of the doubt, and able to enjoy accumulated power. Then make a vow to stand up for the change we need so that we can live in a society where all people are valued equally for their unique attributes and their humanity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Mumford.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my solemn gratitude and solemn gratitude for everyone, to those Northerners who risked their health and well-being to save Northwest Territories against the ravages of COVID-19. First on everyone's mind are the frontline healthcare professions who stood guard, ever vigilant and caring. The NWT is blessed with the best, most dedicated doctors, nurses, healthcare professions, the technicians, and support staff in the world. But, Mr. Speaker, the gratitude doesn't stop there. We cannot forget the unsung heroes who maintain our critical northern chain of supplies, from the truck drivers, postal workers, to the store clerks who stuck by their cash register and stocked the shelves, in spite of the real threat of personal infections. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents, I also want to thank the essential public service workers, teachers, school administrators, and public utility workers who answer duties calls. These stalwart people keep the apparatus of the territory running smoothly in spite of the heightened tension and increased demand of their time. Our gratitude, Mr. Speaker, is also extended to all those municipal and also band employees who put their communities first, as always. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 has been a mortal threat to all of us, but it has been a reminder to Northerners of their interconnectedness and their mutual reliance on each other. And it has highlighted the generosity, the courage, the resourcefulness of our citizens, NWT citizens, the actions of our people, the actions of our governments at all levels, our labor unions as well, make them extremely proud to be a Northerner. I cannot think of a better, safe, more blessed place anywhere to wait of the passing of this difficult worldwide health crisis. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Mumfui. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, it saddens me that I still hear people downplay the reality of racism in Canada. Yet I ask anyone who wishes to downplay the pain of those protesting as we speak. I ask a white person to ask themselves if their child was black, whether life would be easier or harder for that child. Mr. Speaker, we should not have to use such analogies to show the importance, but maybe the fact that we do is commentary of where we're at as a nation. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that a person of color has a harder time, and the game is rigged against them from the moment they are born. That is what is meant by systemic racism. It is not just a hatred that rots people's souls. It is a series of subtle and somewhat invisible cultural norms that make life harder for anyone whose skin is not white. A culture which makes a young Indigenous boy or girl search for self-esteem unnecessarily harder. Mr. Speaker, we cannot let those voices go unheard. We in this House have a job to break the cycle. And Mr. Speaker, there are no shortage of systemic issues we can face in this House. When we pass a budget that gives $47 million to the RCMP and only $400,000 to First Nation policings, that's institutional racism. When we negotiate self-government agreements, but the entire criminal justice system and the criminal code is off the table, that is institutional racism, Mr. Speaker. When the missing murdered Indigenous women and girls go out and conduct interviews across this country, and then the federal government and our government fails to get an action plan in place, that is systemic racism, Mr. Speaker. These are not overt acts of hatred. These are a misalignment of priorities and a shying away from the very difficult work we are tasked to do. Mr. Speaker, when the RCMP used the entire North as a place to hide officers who have been convicted of sexual assault, that's institutional racism. When some new rookie officer shows up and decides that integrating themselves into the community, building an understanding of the culture is not their priority, that is institutional racism. There is an inherent privilege awarded to whiteness in this country, Mr. Speaker. That is a fact, and it is a fact we all need to change, Mr. Speaker. And if we are truly committed to ending racism, it requires a serious reconfiguration of all our systems. It requires societal and cultural change where people give up their privilege, where people recognize the systems they operate in and work to change them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Standing Committee of Economic Development and Environment is pleased to provide a report to long-term post-pandemic recovery recommendations to the GNWT that commends it to you in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunukput. Yes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Uncertainty, a global pandemic, sorry, Mr. Speaker, one page ahead of myself. The Standing Committee of Economic Development and Environment, SCEDE, has witnessed the acute and severe decline in the NWT private sector from COVID-19. The decline in business activity continues to affect NWT businesses today, and while the path through the pandemic may be short-term, but for some businesses and others will take much longer to recover. Businesses across the NWT were ordered to reduce or completely shut down their operations. A handful of businesses were able to innovate and provide altered services to remain open. Many small, medium businesses, however, have quickly depleted their financial reserves and are struggling to survive. Total employment in the NWT fell by 400 persons in April, while the employment rate dropped to 62.3, the lowest of the month in the past 10 years. Compared to the last year, the same time, unemployment rates rose among major worker groups, the highest among those who live outside the territory or outside the capital of Yellowknife, the female ages from 25 and older. The NWT economy relies heavily on an extractive, non-renewable resource sector, especially the diamond mining industry, representing 21% of the overall economy. Although mining and oil and gas have declined drastically since 2007, it still remains that the most NWT industry compresses vast majority of remaining economy at 68% and is diamond dominated by public administration at 32%. The private sector, which narrowly comprised non-refundable exports, volatile and subject to global commodity prices, the NWT has witnessed Dominion Diamond Mines, ULC, is a controlling owner of Ekati Diamond Mine, is 40% owner of Divik Mine, suspended operations at Ekati Mine site while the creditor protection order leaving over $13 million hung up on unpaid expenses to NWT businesses during COVID-19. The NWT resource sector support services, arguably the most important economic linkage to the NWT economy, to wait out the uncertainty of this global pandemic. As diamonds remain volatile, which furthers the NWT private sector uncertainty at this time. The GNWT is heavily reliant on federal financial support, primary revenue support accounting for slightly more than 80% of the GNWT's total revenues of $2.86 billion, while the GNWT operational expenditures pre-pandemic is estimated $1.83 billion. The GNWT can largely run federal government transfers alone. Government administration can act stabilizing force to the NWT economy through this recession. The NWT will remain much more suitable or sustainable through the recovery of COVID-19 that the Canadian jurisdictions dependent on private sector activity to fund government services. The medium and long-term outlook for the NWT was concerning before COVID-19 and is more concerning now as we emerge from out this post-pandemic. NWT economy is stable but stagnant. Due to the NWT's small population, there's limitations to the GNWT to increase own source revenues. Since 2015, during construction of the Gahcho Kué Diamond Mine, private investment traded downward while public investment traded upward. The government walks a fine balance in moving forward in this large public infrastructure projects to reduce cost of living for the residents of the NWT, more attractive for investment while minimizing borrowing debt, stimulating local businesses and development. The GNWT across all departments needs to train, install client services skills that support and promote small business across the NWT. The value of well-trained frontline GNWT staff, knowledgeable, familiar with potential capabilities of the NWT businesses cannot be underestimated at the time of economic recession. Small businesses startup risk, supported through small government contracts, over time enable diversified, healthy private sector that contributes to the GNWT's own source revenue through tax regimes. The larger businesses are pillars of the economy and need to engage and support it to expand into larger territorial, domestic, and even international markets. Although the GNWT may be a healthy credit position today, the long-term plan, the economy has to increase its own source revenues through acceleration of vibrant private sector in order to maintain a positive credit rating. Mr. Speaker, I'd pass on to a member MLA for Detroit. Thank you.
Thank you, member for the Nutput. Member for Detroit.
Mr. Speaker. Committee recognizes the swift action of the NWT Business Development Investment Corporation, also known as BDIC, to implement 2 new support programs in response to COVID-19. Committee had concerns that the loan programs available to businesses are not sufficient without being guaranteed or forgiven by the government. Businesses in the NWT incur high operating costs and in many cases have taken on loans or debts and cannot further extend themselves to take on additional loans through COVID-19 without any certainty for when their businesses might recover. Many businesses do not have the equity or liquidity to be sure they can pay back the loan. Until Canada withstands the potential second and third wave of COVID-19 and the NWT lifts all public health orders, many businesses in the NWT will be under extreme pressure. BDIC programs delivered in response to COVID-19 should extend support measures until the economy recovers. Further, committee is concerned the application process may be too onerous for small businesses. As such, the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment encourages the government to simplify and shorten the application process, provide loan forgiveness options, flexible repayment options, as well as deferral payment options without accumulating interest for businesses until the economic depression caused by the public health crisis has subsided. Additionally, committee wants to see the BDIC prioritize developmental lending opportunities in small communities. Programs such as the Venture Investment Program hold great potential to expand the private sector by providing equity investment into businesses. Equity investment opportunities should be pursued and actively promoted by the BDIC, especially at this time. Recommendation number 1. SCEDI recommends that the GNWT, through amendment of BDIC programs, increase business relief efforts through measures not limited to extending loan payment remission and providing loan forgiveness options. SCEDI also recommends the BDIC expand investment programs to stimulate economic development. SCEDI also recommends the amendments to the loan program and a plan to expand the investment program be completed and reported back to committee as per recommendation 5. Mr. Speaker, passes on to the MLA for Yellowknife North. Merci.
Thank you, member for Detroit. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak to revising the business incentive policy. The GNWT spends over $260 million annually on products and services. The GNWT alone can be a primary driver of economic recovery in the NWT through its purchasing power. The purpose of the business incentive policy is to give preference to businesses that are owned and operated within the NWT. It is designed to promote economic growth and capacity within NWT businesses and the economy. Yet members hear from constituents territory-wide of the challenges accessing government procurement opportunities. Members have heard of the success stories in other circumpolar regions, level the playing field for small businesses competing for government contracts. Small business agencies provide financial and contractual assistance, as well as business development advice. Committee is urging the GNWT to implement more forward-thinking policies and services that more effectively support and develop capacity among NWT businesses to compete for government contracts. Specifically, increasing client services and support to compete for GNWT contracting opportunities beyond the anticipated workshops and online one-stop shop would be valuable. 50.7% of the total population is Indigenous, and yet there is no specific policy in the NWT that supports the development of Indigenous businesses. At the national level and across the country, governments have established Indigenous business policies and strategies with incentives such as advanced communication, set-asides, sole source contracts, building capacity and competitive edges within the Indigenous private sector. Revising the GNWT business incentive policy to strengthen Indigenous participation in the NWT supports the economic measures laid out under the Clecho Agreement, Satu Dene Métis Comprehensive Land Agreement, the Gwich'in Comprehensive Land Claim Agreement, the Nunavut Final Agreement, and the NWT Métis Nation Land and Resources Agreement in Principle. Specifically, the committee is recommending the GNWT review and revise criteria for eligibility under Schedule 3, majority non-resident owned businesses, also known as grandfather businesses. Revise eligibility requirements to include NWT labor force requirements. Revise the lowest bidder evaluation process to provide weight to other aspects of the bid, such as NWT and Indigenous labor development. Review bid adjustment percentages for contracts over $1 million and expand provisions for monitoring and compliance of BIP companies. In addition to the revisions of policy, the GNWT needs to improve interdepartmental awareness, training, and procedures that enable large contracts to be broken down to sizes where NWT businesses can successfully compete. GNWT staff must understand that NWT business capabilities better. Processes need to be established to ensure staff persons are seeking out, engaging, and working collaboratively with the NWT businesses, especially Indigenous businesses, in all competitive processes. The committee further recommends that the GNWT increase awareness of tools that can be used in procurement to encourage northern manufacturing. Committee notes the proactive actions from government to communicate with, support, and promote manufacturers of COVID-19 related supplies, and would like to see this continue and be expanded upon. Committee recognizes the commitment under the mandate to strengthen procurement policies and practices and improving participation in the business incentive policy by NWT companies. Committee is recommending tangible action on this in a shorter term. Committee stresses the urgency to have an amended business incentive policy integrated into government services as soon as possible. A key pillar of the NWT economy is the private sector. The business decisions of the GNWT will directly impact the ability of businesses to grow, expand, diversify, and innovate. Building capacity and encouraging innovation within the private sector needs to be top priority for all contracts and business opportunities by all GNWT departments. The effective participation of the private sector is not only integral to community resilience, but has been demonstrated to greatly assist in the recovery phases of a crisis. Recommendation 2. SCEDI recommends the GNWT review and revise the business incentive policy in collaboration with the business community as well as members of the Legislative Assembly. SCEDI recommends this work commence immediately and, notwithstanding Recommendation 5, report to committee on the status of work by September 1st, 2020, including a comprehensive work plan and a projected implementation date for the updated business incentive policy. Mr. Speaker, I would ask the MLA for Thabetcha to read the report next. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member for Thabetcha.
Critical infrastructure development. Strategic investments in energy infrastructure will contribute to higher standards of living for Northerners, lower the territory's high energy costs, and improve private sector business cases for future investments. Investing in infrastructure today sets up tomorrow's economic growth. Moving forward through COVID-19, the need to be resilient and self-sufficient is increasingly apparent to all NWT residents. Sustainable energy for residents, business, and industry is a priority item for the committee. The Energy Action Plan 2019-2022 has identified the expansion of transmission line development to Fort Providence and Wadtee. Longer-term goals include hydropower expansion, connecting the transmission line south to the North American electrical grid, as well as north to potential future mining projects. The total capital investment required for this project is over $1 billion. The committee recognized Indigenous ownership in this project is critical and acknowledges the federal funding provided in 2019 to support Indigenous engagement of the Tolleson Hydro Expansion Project. Committee would like to know the results of this funding. Committee also acknowledges the mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories to establish collaborative partnerships with Indigenous governments for the Tolleson Hydro Expansion Project. The committee is additionally concerned of the capacity for northern businesses to maximize benefits in the construction phase. The Government of the Northwest Territories can engage stakeholders and work interdepartmentally to lead efforts that advance NWT business capacity for the purpose of maximizing northern benefits from the construction, operations and maintenance phases. Committee also recognizes the Government of the Northwest Territories is making efforts to modernize Government of the Northwest Territories procurement to reflect best practices, and notes these practices should be formalized prior to future construction of major projects. Recommendation number 3. SCETI recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories work with Indigenous stakeholders and define the Indigenous ownership of the Tolleson Hydro Expansion. Committee further recommends the Government of the Northwest Territories lead interdepartmental efforts with project stakeholders to develop a plan that builds capacity among northern businesses to maximize benefits from the construction of this project. The next to come up is MLA for Frame Lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Sabacha. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. In today's digital world, the internet is integrated into every aspect of our lives, and we increasingly rely upon it for ever-expanding uses, including social, recreational, educational, health, employment, financial, business, and innovation opportunities. While all communities in the NWT have access to the internet, the northern part of the territory is still largely connected on outdated, slow, intermittent infrastructure. The southern part of the territory, while connected to the fiber link, lacks redundancy and is subject to outages. While the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link project has been completed, the distribution system in northern communities is still lacking, and the residents remain disconnected from the benefits of high-speed internet access. The user price for northern communication services remains the highest in the country. Furthermore, 20.3% of NWT households do not have internet access. When looking at households without internet connection across the territory, the regions with lowest access are the Tlichon and Decho at nearly half of the households not connected, followed by the Sawtooth and Beaufort Delta at 30% not connected. Most major highways in the NWT have intermittent cellular service at best. COVID-19 has highlighted the critical importance of ensuring all NWT residents have consistent, reliable, and faster access to information from their homes. Canada's connectivity strategy features 2 main objectives: that all Canadians have access to broadband at speeds of at least 50 megabytes per second download and 10 megabytes per second upload, and mobile wireless services coverage is available where Canadians live and work and along major road corridors. Included in the new Universal Band Fund, the Government of Canada will look to secure advanced new low-latency, low Earth orbit satellite capacity. The process was launched in the spring of 2019 to bring reliable high-speed internet access to even the most challenging to reach rural and remote homes and communities in Canada. Northwestel's vision aligns with Canada's to bring 50 to 10 megabytes per second internet with unlimited data options to every community in the NWT. The company has submitted application to the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission to invest in fibre to the home and LEO satellites to deliver on these objectives. Improving the internet connection in the NWT must be done in collaboration with industry and supported through GNWT and the Government of Canada investments. Committee acknowledges the GNWT mandate to advance work to support fast and reliable broadband internet services in all NWT communities and would like to see this work prioritized in response to COVID-19. In support of the efforts to secure funding and produce community-based businesses, committee is looking for initial costed plans for the development of community distribution systems off the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link, as well as LEO satellites to the most remote communities. Recommendation 4. SCEDI recommends GNWT complete a costed plan to provide broadband internet connectivity across the territory comparable to the rest of Canada. In addition to the financial costs of extending broadband distribution into all communities, the plan should identify ownership model options such as public, private, or partnership for the delivery of broadband services. Notwithstanding recommendation 5, committee recommends the costed plan be provided to committee by September 1st, 2020. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn the final part of the report over to the Chair of the Committee, the Honourable Member from Nunakput. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Frame Lake, member for Nunakput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Standing Committee of Economic Development and Environment recommends the government provide the response to recommendations contained in this report within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunakput. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Sabacha.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on long-term post-pandemic recovery, recommendations to the Government of the Northwest Territories, and commends it to the House. The Standing Committee on Government Operations has developed the following recommendations to the Government of the Northwest Territories concerning the Northwest Territories' long-term post-pandemic recovery, with a specific focus on the departments for which the Standing Committee has oversight: Executive and Indigenous Affairs, Finance, and Municipal and Community Affairs. Coordination of overall government response to pandemic committee is generally satisfied with the government's response to COVID-19, but feels that lessons can be learned to improve the Government of the Northwest Territories' response to future pandemics, including a potential second wave of COVID-19 infections, requiring the Northwest Territories to return to a containment phase, as described in the Government of the Northwest Territories plan for safely easing pandemic restrictions, emerging wisely, continued public health response to COVID-19 in the Northwest Territories. With respect to the Government's Northwest Territories' overall response to the pandemic, the Standing Committee feels that the Government of the Northwest Territories must build on the lessons learned from this experience to ensure that future emergency responses are as prompt as possible. Committee also feels that strong, visible leadership on the part of the Premier and her Cabinet Ministers is essential to ensuring a successful emergency response. With respect to the overall government response to future emergencies, Committee makes recommendations in the following areas: the emergency response legislative framework, public communications, and enforcements. I will now turn the thing over to Ms. Green, the other member. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Sabacha. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Emergency Response Legislative Framework. In response to the COVID-19 global pandemic and to protect public health in the Northwest Territories, the Minister of Health and Social Services declared a territory-wide public health emergency on March 18, 2020, pursuant to the Northwest Territories Public Health Act. This declaration invested the Chief Public Health Officer with expanded powers, including the power to authorize qualified people to provide additional aid and services as needed, expedite emergency licensing of additional healthcare providers, make orders and provide directions restricting or prohibiting travel to or from any area within the Northwest Territories, coordinate and provide for the delivery of medical services, and procure and provide for the distribution of medical supplies and equipment across the NWT. On March 24th, the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs declared a territorial state of emergency pursuant to the Emergency Management Act. Similar to the declaration made under the Public Health Act, this declaration has also allowed for expanded powers, in this instance to the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs and the Emergency Management Organization, EMO, under MACA's administration. This enabled the GNWT to control and direct the actions of government and its agencies to support the orders of the Chief Public Health Officer. The authority of the GNWT to declare a public health emergency pursuant to the Public Health Act and a territorial state of emergency under the Emergency Management Act underlined a potential legislative void in that it did not expressly provide the Premier with the authority to coordinate and manage the overall response. This lack of authority prompted Premier Cochrane to appoint a new Associate Deputy Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs on March 30th, 2020, and to subsequently assume responsibility for the entire MACA portfolio on April 7th, 2020. Committee supports the Premier's decision to take steps to assume clear authority for the overall government response, but notes that it can be destabilizing to replace a cabinet minister in the midst of an emergency and that such a move would not have been necessary had the appropriate legislative structure been in place to allow the Premier to take overall control of the emergency response without also having to assume the role of Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Recommendation number 1. The Standing Committee on Government Operations recommends that the GNWT undertake a review of the legislative framework supporting the GNWT's emergency response, with a view to determining what amendments are necessary to ensure that the Premier has overall administrative control whenever a public health emergency and a territorial state of emergency are declared under their respective acts at the same time. Committee further recommends that the GNWT bring forward a legislative proposal to make the necessary amendments to the GNWT's emergency response legislative framework during the life of the 19th Assembly. I'll now turn the report over to the Honourable Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Member for Cam Lake.
Public communications. Centralized, clear, and consistent communications to the public are important during an emergency. Such communications can ensure that people understand what is expected of them and that they know where to turn for help and further information. This is most important at the outset when an emergency is called, because that is the time when public fears and uncertainty are at their highest. Again, committee is generally satisfied with the GNWT's communications response to the COVID-19 pandemic, but feels that more should have been done sooner to put the government's emergency communications response in place. During the earliest days of the GNWT's response, around the time that staff were instructed to begin working at home, Premier Cochrane found it necessary to self-isolate as a result of having travelled. Lack of visibility by the Premier, while understandable, reflected the lack of a clear communications plan for the Premier and her Cabinet to lead the public through this emergency. Committee members appreciate the briefings that came to be held by the Premier and the Chief Medical Health Officer, but notes that these could have been more effective if they had been scheduled to occur on a regular basis at a fixed time if they had been clearly publicized through a variety of media channels. Committee believes the example set by the Prime Minister, who held regular daily briefings for the nation, should be emulated by the GNWT during any future emergency response. Committee believes that the implementation of 811 NWT COVID support hotline was a positive move, but notes that it was not open to the public until April 17th, more than a month after GNWT employees were instructed to begin working from home. Committee encourages the GNWT to prioritize the opening of such a hotline in future so that the public has a number to call from the outset of a declaration of emergency. Committee further suggests that the GNWT should not move to close the existing hotline until well after the final pandemic response measures are lifted pursuant to Emerging Wisely. Committee feels that if ever there is a time when the GNWT should strive to speak as one government with one voice, it is during an emergency such as that created by COVID-19. Members strongly encourage the GNWT to design and execute a public communications approach with this overarching objective in mind. Members note that multiple government websites and channels of communication created uncertainty for their constituents who look to their MLAs to confirm facts and quell misinformation. This uncertainty was exacerbated by the fact that information was not always kept current in all locations at the same time, leading to a lack of consistency in the information being made available to the public. Committee was pleased to see the GNWT launch a definitive single COVID-19 website on May 9, 2020, but again notes that this was not done until almost 2 months after the onset of the pandemic. In future, the GNWT should strive to make such a website available from the outset of an emergency. Members also note constituent complaints about the lack of information in languages other than English and therefore feel that more effort must be made to provide information in as many of the NWT's official languages as possible. Members also feel strongly that, particularly in the smaller communities, the availability of information by electronic means should not supplant the need for the GNWT to provide visible leadership to assist residents. In future emergencies, committee would like to see the GNWT keep a single office open in each of the smaller communities where people can go to ask questions and seek clarity. Committee notes that the government service officers and the Department of the Executive single window service centres might be best positioned to fulfill this role, provided they are equipped with the appropriate social distancing measures and personal protective equipment necessary to ensure their safety and that of their clients. Mr. Speaker, I would like to turn it over to the honourable member from Yellowknife North at this time.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee further believes that the GNWT needs to do more to communicate with its most vulnerable populations, many of whom do not have access to computers or who found their access limited as a result of the closure of schools and libraries. Such communication should focus on pamphlets, mail-outs, and radio and cable messaging designed specifically to reach residents who do not have access to computers. Recommendation 2. The Standing Committee on Government Operations recommends that the GNWT develop an emergency response communications protocol that ensures regularly scheduled updates to the public by the Premier and the appropriate health emergency authorities whenever an emergency is declared under either or both the Public Health Act and the Emergency Measures Act. This protocol should also ensure that the GNWT's public response via electronic means is supported by non-electronic communications mechanisms. Enforcement. The Standing Committee acknowledges the importance of ensuring that the public complies with the orders of the Chief Public Health Officer and supports the GNWT's efforts to mobilize and deploy an enforcement task force. Again, however, Committee notes that the government's response was not as prompt as it could have been, pointing out that the announcement of the task force on April 8th did not come until a full 3 weeks of the declaration of a public emergency. It is Committee's hope that gaps in existing enforcement efforts can be corrected now and that planning for the future enforcement will include the identification of individuals and positions that can be seconded to work on enforcement, thereby allowing earlier deployment of an enforcement task force. A number of issues arose with respect to enforcement that will need to be better addressed in future emergencies, including a possible second wave of COVID-19. The GNWT will need to work in collaboration with Indigenous and municipal governments to clarify the authority for establishing highway check stops outside of border crossings, and to ensure that, where they are established, there are guidelines for their operation and consistency in how they are managed. The Committee encourages the GNWT obtain input from community representatives about how their issues and concerns were addressed in the COVID-19 response, and to determine how to improve collaboration and make changes to any future response. This should include obtaining feedback about the efficiency and effectiveness of the isolation centres established in Inuvik, Yellowknife, Hay River, and Fort Smith. Members have heard complaints from constituents who arrived at the border to discover that the GNWT did not have handouts containing information or copies of forms that travellers were expected to complete. In some cases, the information that was disseminated did not include contact information for authorities. There also appeared to be little consistency in follow-up with respect to ensuring that those in isolation are complying with orders. The Committee believes that better enforcement would be supported by the development of a policy framework that, among other things, distinguishes between discretionary self-isolation, mandatory self-isolation, and mandatory isolation ordered by authorities, specifies how these differ with respect to enforcement, and which provides enforcement officers with guidance when verbal or written warnings are advisable, compared with fines or other punitive measures. Recommendation 3. The Standing Committee on Government Operations recommends that the GNWT undertake steps now to address the public concerns about gaps in enforcement, so that remedies are put in place before the possibility of a second wave of COVID-19 this autumn. Committee further recommends the planning necessary to ensure that an enforcement task force can be mobilized within 48 hours of a future declaration of emergency. The committee also recommends that the GNWT undertake a dialogue with municipal and Indigenous governments to obtain their input on enforcement measures and use this information to guide the development of a policy framework for the future enforcement of orders issued during a public health or territorial emergency. Mr. Speaker, I will ask MLA Semler to read the rest of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NWT digital infrastructure. The global response to the COVID pandemic has illustrated the vital importance of digital communications for both human interaction and business continuity. The ability of individuals and families to connect online has been critical to ensuring that people can work and study from home, stay abreast of the changing global situation, and nurture vital family and community networks to support community cohesion and individual mental health. In 2017, the GNWT completed construction of the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link project, a 1,200-kilometer fiber optic line from Alberta to Inuvik. This public-private partnership project cost the GNWT $95 million in a capital cost and will cost an additional $64 million in operational costs over the 23-year duration of the contract. The GNWT claimed to have connected 6 communities with a high-speed fiber optic digital internet connection. However, the finance minister later stated that linking this backbone to the community is what is called the last mile. This service is provided by local service providers, as GNWT is not the business of providing local internet service. We own the Mackenzie Valley fiber optic line. I think we're responsible for getting it out to pop out, as it is called in the community, and then their service provider would go from there. This has left it unclear which communities are directly linked to the Mackenzie Valley fiber link and which are still waiting for local service providers to make the connection a reality. There is also no clear plan for connecting those outlying communities that could have access to the Mackenzie Valley fiber link, but which are not located directly on the path of the fiber link. Lack of access to the NWT's digital infrastructure can put businesses, students, and vulnerable populations at greater disadvantage during a pandemic. The GNWT must do all it can to ensure that not only that the NWT has a robust digital infrastructure, but that all NWT communities are able to benefit from its existence. Committee takes note of initiatives such as the Yukon government's decision to provide prepaid cell phones to at-risk populations during COVID-19 emergency, and the provision of Wi-Fi and low-cost housing by some community housing associations. Committee encourages the GNWT to investigate some of the initiatives used in other jurisdictions and consider how they could be adapted for use in the Northwest Territories. Recommendation number 4. The Standing Committee on Government Operations recommends that the GNWT develop a digital communication plan for the Northwest Territories that assesses the state of the telecommunications infrastructure serving each NWT community, identifies the cost and timelines associated with ensuring that all NWT communities have access to high-speed digital telecommunications, and identifies who will be responsible for the work and how it will be achieved. The GNWT's long-term pandemic response must also include provisions ensuring that vulnerable populations have access to the internet during a pandemic lockdown by developing plans on a community-by-community basis for ensuring internet access for individuals when libraries and community centers are ordered closed during a lockdown. Human resource practices. In the middle of March, the GNWT took the unprecedented step, as did many governments and businesses around the world, of directing its employees to begin to work from home. This extreme but necessary decision allowed the GNWT to best protect the health and safety of its employees while allowing for business continuity. It will undoubtedly yield lessons that can benefit the GNWT in preparing for future emergencies and help shape the future business operations. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn it over to the member for Tabacha. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes. Member for Tabacha.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Committee members have heard a variety of concerns raised by the constituents about the experience of working from home. Frontline workers have expressed frustration that they are being required to risk their lives and put in long hours while other Government of the Northwest Territory employees are collecting their full paychecks while working from home, where they may or may not be working a full work week. Some constituents feel that the Government of the Northwest Territories could be providing better support to employees to assist them to be productive while working from home. The committee would like to see the Government of the Northwest Territories undertake some analysis of employees' experiences while working from home with a view to developing a working from home policy to guide employees should it become necessary for large numbers of employees to work from home in the future. This policy should address the unique circumstances of frontline workers, should include accountability measures for all employees working from home, should identify the supports that will be provided by the Government of the Northwest Territories to employees working from home, and should identify circumstances under which employees may be eligible to work from home during non-emergency periods, including circumstances necessitated by the Government of the Northwest Territories' duty to accommodate ill or injured employees. Recommendation number 5. The Standing Committee on Government Operations recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories prepare a lessons learned report based on employee input, which can be used to inform the development of a working from home policy designed to identify the circumstances under which employees will be authorized or directed to work from home, what supports are available to employees, and what expectations the Government of the Northwest Territories has with respect to the accountability staff members who are working from home. The committee further recommends that this work be completed by August 31st, 2020, and shared with the Standing Committee for input, consistent with the 19th Legislative Assembly Process Convention on the Standing Committee review of the proposed policy initiatives and implementation plans. Conclusion. This concludes the Standing Committee on Government Operations report on long-term post-pandemic recovery recommendations to the Government of the Northwest Territories. Recommendation number 6. The Standing Committee on Government Operations recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to the recommendations contained in this report within 120 days. So item number 6, special reports on standing and special committees. Mr. Speaker, I move, second by the Honourable Member for Yellowknife North, that Committee Report 2-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on Long-Term Post-Pandemic Recovery, recommendations to the Government of the Northwest Territories be received by the Assembly and moved into Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thabacha to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. The report has been moved into Committee of the Whole. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second by the report to Standing Committee Special Committees. Mr. Speaker, I move second by the Honourable Member for Decho that Committee Report 1-19(2 Standing Committee of Economic Development and Environment Report on Long-Term Post-Pandemic Recovery recommendations to the GNWT be received by the Assembly and moved into Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunukput. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. The report of government economic development will be moved into the Committee of the Whole. Colleagues, before we continue, I'd like to draw your attention to Mr. James Thomas, our new intern to the Clerk's office. Today is his first day in this House. Welcome. Report of Standing and Special Committees. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Social Development is pleased to provide its report on long-term post-pandemic recovery recommendations to the GNWT and commends it to the House. Introduction. The Standing Committee on Social Development developed the following recommendations to the Government of the Northwest Territories concerning the Northwest Territories' long-term post-pandemic recovery, with a specific focus on the departments for which the Standing Committee has oversight. NWT Housing Corporation, Education, Culture and Employment, Department of Health and Social Services, and the Department of Justice. Coordination of social and health responses to pandemic. Overall, committee appreciates the work of the GNWT to integrate and align systems and resources to address the needs of the NWT during COVID. Committee is especially supportive of coordinated efforts taken to make available housing, income, health and addiction supports to residents most in need. Committee will be focusing on these areas in more detail as longer-term work undertaken over the 4 years of the 19th Assembly. Limited access to programs and services in small communities is a long-standing concern. Throughout the government's COVID response, committee members observed differences between the resources and planning made available to address the needs of residents in communities and those made available to address the needs of the residents of Yellowknife. To improve the GNWT's response to future pandemics, including a potential second wave of COVID, committee would like to see an increased focus on the coordination of social development resources, policies and programming to support emergency management planning with Indigenous and community governments. At this time, committee recommends the following important resources and policies remain in place to support NWT residents during the GNWT's post-COVID recovery efforts. Committee acknowledges that additional research and cost analysis may be needed by the GNWT to fully investigate and advance the following recommendations. Income supports. Committee appreciates ECE's recognition and responsiveness throughout the pandemic to support clients by making key policy changes to the Territory's Income Assistance Program. Committee fully supports the Department's use of client-focused policy and programming to address immediate financial needs. Preventative measures that have been put in place by all levels of government to cope with the pandemic and slow its spread appear to have succeeded in fending off worst-case scenarios. Preventative measures include ensuring vulnerable populations have access to stable and consistent income. Stable income is one of the most important socioeconomic factors to positively influence all aspects of life and reduce downstream costs to other areas of social systems. The lack of adequate income underlies poverty and contributes to nutritional vulnerability, inadequate shelter, and compromised health and well-being. Committee recognizes economic recovery planning may increase the use of the income support program, as many NWT residents were ordered to reduce their hours, stop going to work, and have lost jobs. Many private businesses have been ordered to shut down or reduce operations and are now struggling financially to reopen. Committee feels continued support from ECE is required to support NWT residents to access a stable and reliable source of income. Recommendation 1. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends ECE make permanent the policy changes made to support clients in response to COVID, to continue to reduce the amount of verification information required to apply for income assistance, to ensure clients are registered as quickly as possible and automatically assessed for both basic needs and enhanced benefits, to continue with the allowable income exemptions and to increase the annual income limit for unearned income per year on top of the money received from impact benefit agreements, treaty or land agreements, to continue to allow for clients to select self-care as a productive choice option and reduce the requirement for face-to-face monthly reporting, to continue to payroll long-term vulnerable income assistance clients to increase consistent payments to a 3-month reporting. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn it over to the Honourable Member for the Decho at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. On the health side, committee appreciates the concerted efforts made by the GNWT to prevent the spread of COVID in the NWT. While the GNWT has done a remarkable job in preventing the spread of COVID, committee is concerned about the supply of standard and rapid testing kits available to the NWT residents, both currently and for future waves of the COVID. Testing units assist in diagnosing at a more rapid rate for situations where contact tracing is critical and actions to contain transmission can be put in place faster. With global shortages in the supply chain, the Department of Health and Social Services reports that the number of tests received weekly may fluctuate and is expected to continue to fluctuate going forward. Committee understands all COVID tests need to be validated through an accredited lab. For the NWT, the closest accredited lab is in Alberta. Committee shares concerns about potential delays in receiving test results given the NWT's remote geographic area spread across 33 communities. Recommendation number 2. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends Department of Health and Social Services continue to work with national partners to increase testing supplies, materials, and personal protective equipment to maintain a robust inventory for the anticipated second wave of COVID. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn it over to the member for Yellowknife Centre. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Housing affordability. Committee supports the changes in policy and processes made to the Transitional Rent Supplement Program, or the TRSP, to create greater accessibility for those renting in the private market. In Yellowknife and Inuvik, where most private market rentals are located, many renters experience challenges with affordable housing as a result of high rent and shelter costs. In 2016, CMHC's market rental report states Yellowknife has the highest rent in Canada. In 2020, results from the Energy Hub on energy rates across Canada also report that Northwest Territories residents are paying the most for electricity in Canada, contributing to the high cost of living. Recently, CMHC has reported on the potential for a new affordability measure. The current affordability measure, known as the 30% Shelter Cost to Income Ratio, or STIR, is a similar metric used to calculate the NWT subsidy rate under the Transitional Rent Supplement Program. The Housing as a Hardship measure considers both housing and non-housing expenses when assessing affordability and is more sensitive to family size and location than the commonly used 30% standard. Committee recognizes COVID has brought many social issues front and center, including the lack of housing and housing affordability in the NWT. As the GNWT begins the Emerging Wisely process, Committee is interested in resilient action from government and to ensure residents struggling with housing affordability issues are stabilized, and for residents who do not have housing to receive financial support to access healthy, affordable housing. Recommendation number 3. Standing Committee on Social Development recommends the NWHC retain the policy changes made to the Transitional Rent Supplement Program during the pandemic and to continue to improve access and affordability within private market housing until such time that the Canadian housing benefit is operational. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn the reading of the report over to the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Childcare supports. Committee supports that additional financial resources provided by EC&E to license childcare programs and services to address the costs associated with the pandemic and measures to sustain programming. Committee understands the continued need for affordable childcare and recognizes the fiscal and organizational challenges in developing and maintaining childcare organizations in the NWT. Some of the challenges noted within EC&E's review of administrative funding processes under early childhood programs include the need to revise the funding allocations to meet the needs of child daycare facilities. This includes improving and increasing funding models to address the challenges with fixed operating cost issues. Childcare organizations face include attendance-based funding. Problems occur when attendance drops and operation costs remain the same, leaving childcare organizations without enough funds to continue to pay for those fixed overhead costs. Other issues for childcare programs include having enough funding for staff costs, which represent approximately 80% of childcare programming costs. Subsidy rates vary depending on community, location, age of children, and full and part-time status. In communities, the barriers to establishing a non-profit society and oversight board for childcare programs is particularly difficult, including locating safe, adequate, and affordable spaces, the high maintenance costs, and lack of funding to support necessary renovations. Recommendation number 4. Committee recommends that the GNWT advance universal childcare by maintaining the additional funding provided during the pandemic to support operational, cleaning costs, employee wage subsidies, and food insecurity issues anticipated to be more severe post-COVID. Education supports. Committee supports EC&E's efforts to provide home-based schooling during the pandemic, including the District Education Council's approach to provide learning opportunities for JK to 12 students with flexible home-based resources. Some examples from the DECs of home-based supports include supplying jump drives, turbo sticks, devices and modems for digital learning, distributing paper learning packages to students and families. DECs provide support to families to address food security and financial challenges throughout the distribution of gift cards. DECs also support mental health initiatives like wellness checks and online or phone-in counseling services. Committee recognizes that there are socioeconomic and the geographical factors that contribute to the limited access to technology and the internet in the NWT, and that this can interfere with home-based learning. Approximately 20% of homes in the NWT are without internet access, and in regions like the Decho and Pleacho, 50% of the homes are without internet access. In a recent international review of children without access to internet or digital technology, educators and policymakers have been called to expand their education strategies beyond online learning to include community-based resources like radio and television broadcasts. Another important area committee felt was necessary to make school systems stronger is the need for family outreach and engagement in education. Committee is aware students often do better when parents are engaged in their children's education, particularly when they're asked about what they are learning at school. Children of low-income families in the smaller communities are of interest to committee. As members observe and have been informed, schools frequently struggle to build meaningful connections with parents. To reduce any further inequalities caused by school closures during COVID, committee believes that for students living in vulnerable homes, greater financial, peer support, and outreach is needed to help parents work with their children to complete schoolwork. To do this, committee feels it's important for schools to build meaningful and non-judgmental relationships with families deemed high risk, to ensure families feel that they can accept supports or reach out for help from schools. Recommendation number 5, committee recommends EC&E to direct the district education councils to keep technology to support student home-based learning during COVID. Committee also recommends EC focus on positive interventions and outreach to improve relationships between families of high-risk and vulnerable students. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn it over to the member for Hay River South.
Thank you, member for Nuvik-Twin Lakes. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wage top-up. Committee appreciates the work of the Department of Finance to increase support to low-income workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. The GNWT made it possible for businesses to increase wages for employees 15 years and older earning less than $18 per hour through a temporary wage top-up. NWT minimum wage legislation states employers must pay workers a minimum of $13.46 per hour. In contrast to the minimum wage, living wage is what full-time workers must earn to afford basic living expenses based as closely as possible on actual cost of goods and services within their community. In this way, community living wage rates can be an indicator of affordability. In 2019, Alternatives North released living wage estimates for Yellowknife, Inuvik, and Hay River. All three communities came in at more than $23 per hour. A living wage is what it takes for a household to cover its basic expenses without severe financial stress. The calculation is based on a household with 2 full-time working adults and 2 young children. It accounts for government benefits and it accounts for government benefits and deductions such as Canada Child Benefit and income taxes. It doesn't factor in things like debt, payments, house ownership, savings for children's future education, or the costs associated with caring for a disabled or elderly family member. In the NWT, there are approximately 2,999 households who report they had difficulties paying for living expenses, including transportation, housing, food, clothing, and other necessary expenses. Committee believes a wage top-up program can assist with economic recovery by supporting service sector workers, providing key programs and services to continue to employ NWT residents. Recommendation 6. Committee recommends the GNWT continue to offer the wage top-up as a permanent program to businesses, providing financial assistance to NWT workers aged 15 or over and earning less than $18 per hour. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn it over to the member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, member for Haverhill South. Member for Cam Lake.
This concludes the Standing Committee on Social Development report on long-term post-pandemic recovery recommendations to the GNWT. Recommendation 7. The Standing Committee on Social Development recommends that the GNWT provide a response to the recommendations contained in this report within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Member for Cam Lake.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, that Committee Report 13-19-2, Standing Committee on Social Development Report on Long-Term Post-Pandemic Recovery recommendations to the GNWT be received by the Assembly and moved into Committee of the Whole for further consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The report will be moved into the Committee of the Whole. Colleagues, we will take a short recess. Thank you. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in previous private statements to the Justice Minister, I made statements regarding Indigenous staff members within corrections not having a neutral mechanism to air grievances. And staff are sometimes terminated before the issue is even dealt with by the Union of Northern Workers. My question is, how is the Minister and her department going to deal with this type of injustice to our Indigenous public employees? Is this what accountability and transparency in the Department of Justice looks like? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are well-established processes within all of the public service that allow people to report wrongdoing to their supervisors and managers. There's also processes in place that allow for whistleblowing through an agreement that we have so far. So there's different ways that people can go about reporting what they perceive to be wrongdoing. And certainly, Mr. Speaker, all unionized employees are encouraged to engage with their unions. Specifically to corrections, Mr. Speaker, this is a challenging work environment, which is why already earlier in January we established a connection, a working group between Justice and the Human Resources section. They do have a work plan in place. There were some delays in terms of some of the rollout that was expected to happen this spring, some of the responding measures that were expected to happen this spring, but I did check back in with corrections, and it is my understanding that they are now back on track to have some very specific human resources work done so that they can continue to improve that workplace for all staff. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a former chief, I've seen firsthand the mistreatment of Indigenous peoples by the RCMP, the courts and correction systems. As mentioned in my statement, I've seen countless cases of police brutality, along with more severe punishments for Indigenous people, and greater rates of incarceration for Indigenous people too. My question is, does the Minister believe that a review of our courts, corrections and policing systems are needed the NWT? And if so, what would that look like? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier today, a number of MLAs spoke very passionately about systemic racism, its presence and its reality in Canada and in the Northwest Territories, and no department is immune to that. The Department of Justice isn't immune to that. Mr. Speaker, as far as a review, an overall review of corrections, courts, policing, no, Mr. Speaker, in my view, that's not the direction that we're intending to go right now. That doesn't mean we don't have a lot of work to do to improve the systems that we are within. There's certainly a lot of efforts underway already to increase engagement with individual communities, with Indigenous communities, to reduce the over-incarceration of Indigenous people, to improve the connections between RCMP and Indigenous people. But this is something that is really system-wide, Mr. Speaker, and at this point, it's not a review. I think we've had a lot. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Missing and Murdered and National Inquiry, and frankly, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples going back to 1996. We know what the solutions are. They are out there. We just need to start acting on them. And so, Mr. Speaker, what it's going to look like is that we have to start looking very meaningfully at what those recommendations are and start to actually take some steps to achieve them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a recent CBC interview, the Premier discussed potential ideas to help improve the RCMP and its relationship with the communities it serves. With respect, Mr. Speaker, I want to recall some previous conversations with the Justice Minister regarding a lack of enforcement on drug dealers and of the RCMP interactions regarding concerned citizens. I was told repeatedly that the RCMP is a separate entity and that it's arm's length from our government. My question is, since our Premier and our Member of Parliament are now weighing in on RCMP activity, can the Minister clarify what role and responsibility our government holds in preventing the use of excessive force and police brutality in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the RCMP are the police force in the Northwest Territories by virtue of the Territorial Police Services Agreement. That is an agreement that we have with the through the Federal Department of Justice, given that indeed the RCMP are a national police force. As such, we don't have operational control over their operations. We don't necessarily have the right or ability to direct, for example, who is hired, who is placed where, or how investigations are conducted. That said, Mr. Speaker, we do have the ability through that agreement to do what's called the Minister's Police Priorities, and we do support having the RCMP in the communities acting on those priorities to have community policing engagements. While we're not directing the operations, we do have a role in engaging and in directing the overall direction of the police within the Northwest Territories. As far as continuing to hold the police accountable, I mean, Mr. Speaker, there's a number of avenues that individuals can take to report behaviours that are inconsistent with the values of the Northwest Territories, values of Canada, and values of the Charter. And I would certainly encourage anyone to continue to use those avenues, and we'll continue to use our avenues to engage and ensure that the priorities of the RCMP match up with the priorities that were espoused here in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Thabatcha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a recent interview, the Prime Minister said he would be seeking feedback from all Canadian premiers about how to improve policing across Canada. My question is, what recommendations, if any, will our government be giving to the Prime Minister about how to improve policing in the NWT and reduce police brutality on residents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Thabatcha, Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe our Premier's already spoken quite forcefully about the importance of this initiative and about the importance of looking for options to increase trust between law enforcement and citizenry. Mr. Speaker, there's a number of programs already underway and initiatives underway, not the least of which is the First Nations Police Policy Program, which through a lot of advocacy through the Department of Justice, they have been able to add 5 positions to a regional cohort here in the Northwest Territory, with the hope that with more people on the ground, more officers on the ground, it will better allow them to engage with communities and have presence in the communities. Mr. Speaker, though, there is much more that we can do, in my view. There's, again, as I've said, there are recommendations within the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. There are recommendations in the TRC, and that we should be looking at those recommendations and being strong advocates with our federal partners so that they are acting on them and so that they are helping us to fund the actions that are being recommended. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll be taking certainly another look at them and looking at where we can help advocate for those changes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay-River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the questions will be for the Minister of Health. Over the last few days, the community of Hay River has been swirling with rumours that the NWT border is going to be thrown wide open as of Friday, and that anyone will be able to enter the NWT. It's going to be a free-for-all. Can the Minister of Health and Social Services please outline what is going on with the border at this time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay-River South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've come to the realization that the border restrictions we had in place were restrictive and possibly in contravention with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms as it relates to mobility. We have adjusted our policies accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay-River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm who will be allowed into the Northwest Territories under the new border rules? Can anyone just come in to the NWT now? Is it going to be a free-for-all, or will we have people, different people identified? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Hay-River South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the new order is primarily focused on people that are looking to move into the Northwest Territories and are looking for a job in the Northwest Territories, and students who may want to study at a post-secondary institution. Leisure travel in the Northwest Territories is still prohibited, and if you do not have a job offer, a letter of acceptance from a post-secondary institution, or a signed-off statutory declaration, along with an approved self-isolation plan from Protect Northwest Territories, or an exception for a family reunification visits for compassionate grounds from the Chief Public Health Officer, you will not be allowed to travel further in the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so can the minister tell me how allowing more people into the NWT will keep the people of the NWT safe? That's a big concern in the South Slave, and I'd like a nice, concise answer to that question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the one thing I do want to make clear to your constituents and to the residents of the Northwest Territories is that the requirement to self-isolate for 14 days in a designated community is still in place for the revised order. For residents returning to the Northwest Territories and for people looking to move to the Northwest Territories. So once a person is in the Territories, it's very clear that the Chief Public Health Officer's authority to restrict travel in the Northwest Territories is in play. If you do not have an approved self-isolation plan in place, you will not be allowed to travel further territories. Your proposed self-isolation plan is not approved, and you cannot come without an acceptable alternative. You will be expected to do your 14-day self-isolation in one of the 4 GNWT-operated self-isolation centres. So residents will be kept as safe as they are now. It's not a free-for-all at the border. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's good to hear. It does, however, bring up another question. In the past, I've raised concerns over the number of staff that we have to enforce the rules that we have in place. I would expect that we will need more boots on the ground to ensure that everyone that enters the NWT adheres to their approved self-isolation plan with these new rules. Can the minister assure this House and my constituents that we have enough staff at the border working at Protect NWT to do the job properly and keep residents of the NWT as safe as possible from the threat of COVID-19? And if we do not, will she commit to adding more staff? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a concern for me as well as Minister. I can tell you that we are actively looking to replace some of the border staff, and we're having some of the border staff are having to go back to their home departments and do the regular job as we loosen restrictions in Phase 2, especially if the summer is here. We are actively looking at hiring and training sufficient staff to man the borders for Protect Northwest Territories, using a combination of redeployment of existing GNWT employees, summer term casual employees. It is a high priority for myself and the Office of the Chief Public Health Officer, and we will do what it takes to make sure that we have adequate staffing levels to keep the Northwest Territories safe as we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Premier. Mr. Speaker, throughout the pandemic, the regular members have struggled to receive timely, complete, accurate, and fulsome information about different aspects of the government's reaction to the pandemic. And once again, we have done our major learning from the news sources, first CBC and then Cabin Radio. What we now know is that the public health order is going to be changed, and I am unclear, first of all, why this wasn't announced in an orderly way, meaning a news release with advance notice to the regular members, then a news release that is released to the public. What we have now is a really confusing mishmash. So what was the thinking behind the way this news was released? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I first want to state by saying that the Chief Public Health Officer has the autonomy in order to make orders. And it's really important that in the Act it says that people can't interfere with her orders. So that really, we have to be very careful as politicians that we're not imposing on her and making her feel pressured within that. So we've been meeting with her as regularly as possible, talking to her about our concerns. Mr. Speaker, our Chief Public Health Officer is not a politician. She is trying her best to protect the safety of people. She's made commitments, and I think that sometimes when she's on the media, she kind of gets caught off. I get caught off. I've been in this House for 4.5 years, and I still get caught off guard. So I can't blame her for that. The idea was that it was supposed to go to Standing Committee on Thursday. I think we're still scheduled to present to Standing Committee on Thursday, and then it would come out. But she did get hit off guard by the media, and so she did say that new orders would be coming out. She hasn't defined what they would look like yet, and so I'm hoping that that will be shared with the regular members on Thursday when we meet with them. So I do apologize if communications aren't as we wanted it to be. Again, we're all still learning within this process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Premier for that response. I'm not talking about the CPHO or challenging her autonomy. The remarks were remarks that you made on CBC and then were quoted by Cabin Radio. So it's nothing to do with the CPHO. And so I'm still not clear why this has all been advanced in a way that has created a lot of confusion. For example, what the Health Minister just indicated is not what was in the remarks from yesterday. It indicates there are still going to be restrictions, that although there will not be any limit on mobility rights, you still have to fit within these specific classifications in order to come here. So what can you do, what can the Premier do, Mr. Speaker, in order to clarify the situation before Thursday? Thank you.
Member for Yellowknife Centre, Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thursday's coming up pretty fast, but if the member wanted to meet with me after session, I'm more than willing to meet. You can give me a call anytime. Again, I apologize if it was my comments on CBC. This issue with the border and the mobility rights is something that we've been discussing in Cabinet for the last little while. It is an issue. We didn't really come to any firm conclusion. We were just talking about it up right until actually this morning. We were still talking about this issue. So the Chief Public Health Officer did come out and say that there was going to be a change. When I do media, Mr. Speaker, I would really love if the media just gave me all their questions in advance and I could be preparing all the answers, but that isn't my reality. Often they'll say that they're going to ask me questions and then the questions come. For example, today I did a media this morning and they asked me 4 questions that were just totally irrelevant to each other. That is how media works. So I do apologize if sometimes that I don't give the notice that I should. I will try to get better in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Premier for that answer. So it's my understanding that this isn't a CPHO order at all. This is something that was decided by Cabinet, and that in fact the borders are not fully open. They're only open to certain types of travel. So if people, the Health Minister just said that leisure travel is prohibited. So that means that people who were planning to come here as tourists are no longer going to be allowed to come here. This is the source of the confusion when it comes out in dribs and drabs through the media. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're trying to work closer with our Chief Public Health Officer. Oftentimes orders will come out and we're still trying to figure out what that means for us as well. So the border closing wasn't something that was actually designed by Cabinet. That was something that we were looking at the order and deciding, because we've gotten a challenge about the mobility aspect. So if you look at the Public Health Act under section 11.1, B, it says the Chief Public Health Officer and excuse me if I paraphrase, may make any order that they consider necessary to protect the public health, and if in the opinion on reasonable grounds that the orders necessary to decrease or eliminate the health hazard, oh sorry, I was reading the wrong part. 33.1, during a state of public health emergency, the Chief Public Health Officer may, D, make orders and provide direction restricting travel to or from any area within the NWT. So the order was made by the Public Health Officer. Cabinet was trying to talk about what that order, what it meant. So again, on the legal advice, not recommendation, advice that we had gotten, we were discussing what that meant about making orders within the NWT. Those were the discussions at the Cabinet table. It wasn't the orders of the Chief Public Health Officer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the Premier for that answer. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to challenge the Premier to have a news conference tomorrow with the Chief Public Health Officer to explain all of this to the people of the Northwest Territories. Thursday is, in fact, still 2 business days away, and I really feel that we need this clarity now about who can and can't come, who's paying for the self-isolation, who when this is going to take effect and so on. So I would appreciate the Premier making that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think all of us in this House would like clarification on the orders and how they stand. I can't commit to having a press release on it tomorrow. The reason is because there's many ministers. It's myself, my schedule, the Minister of Health will be there, her schedule, and the Chief Public Health Officer. So we did make arrangements already. Our press release will be on Friday. It's already scheduled. At that time, we will be answering any questions and clarifying the new orders as they come forward. And I suspect that we will get questions on the border and hopefully clarify that as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions are for the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources. There have been public reports that the Alberta Provincial Government and the Alberta Energy Regulator have unilaterally decided to reduce water monitoring as a result of the pandemic. The quality and quantity of waters flowing into the NWT from Alberta are supposed to be protected by a transboundary water agreement. Can the Minister confirm whether he has received any notice of reductions in water monitoring from Alberta under the transboundary water agreement? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the GNWT was notified of temporary suspension on March 30th by the Alberta government and the federal government. As well, at the end of April, the Alberta government has reached out to us. On June 1st, the Bilateral Management Committee had a meeting, and Representatives of Alberta provided an update. And we have also received correspondence from the Alberta government on monitoring as of June 3rd. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that information. So we were actually given notice almost 2 months ago, more than 2 months ago. Can the Minister explain what kind of reductions in water monitoring have taken place in Alberta and what their impact are on the Northwest Territories? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Both Environment and Climate Change Canada and Alberta Environment and Parks temporarily suspended long-term water quality monitoring across the province as a result of public health and safety concerns related to COVID-19. The suspension includes long-term monitoring on the Slave, Athabasca, and Peace Rivers. It also includes sites on the Athabasca River and its tributaries, which are part of the oil sands monitoring program. All compliance monitoring is still occurring. On June 3rd, the Alberta Environment and Parks indicated that it has been requiring PPE and developing protocol to resume routine water quality monitoring in June. Currently, Environment and Climate Change Canada has not indicated when federal government water quality will resume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I don't think that was actually good news for us being downstream of Alberta. Can the Minister, though, tell us what action he has taken to protect NWT waters and residents from the reduced water monitoring in Alberta? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in response to concerns about flooding in Fort McMurray in late April, ENR had began collecting water samples from the Slave River twice per week from inside the town of Fort Smith Water Treatment Plant on May 1st, 2020. ENR plans to continue this monitoring in mid-June 2020. These water quality samples are being analyzed for nutrients, salts, metal, hydrocarbons, and bacteria. This monitoring has not identified any concerns with water quality in the Slave River to date. ENR staff have completed the risk assessment required to ensure annual transboundary water quality sample for the Slave and Hay River can occur this summer safely to reduce the risk of spreading COVID-19. ENR will reach out to the communities regarding proposed monitoring and research activities in the area when COVID-19 related risks can be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Final supplementary. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. It's great that we've increased our monitoring while Alberta continues to reduce theirs, and that there's some kind of risk assessment that our staff have done. It'd be great to see that. Can the Minister, though, tell us whether he has taken some serious action, like invoking the dispute resolution provisions in the Transboundary Water Agreement with Alberta? And if he hasn't invoked the dispute resolution process, why hasn't he done that? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the JNWT has not, I repeat, has not invoked the distribution resolution provisions of the agreement. Instead, NWT interest on prioritizing transboundary monitoring has been communicated at the technical ADM, DM, and ministerial level directly and through the Bilateral Management Committee. The agreement provides for either government to implement urgent activities that are necessary to protect public health or public safety without delay. The agreement requires that data and information be shared and consultation commences as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Honourable Premier. The Chief Public Health Officer's sole concern when issuing orders is public safety. At the start of the pandemic, her experience in exercising her powers was invaluable. However, as the pandemic wears on, government must balance the interests of the immediate public safety with the longer-term interests of continued education and economic recovery. What I would like to know is how will the GNWT balance these interests with the CPHO's powers as this pandemic wears on? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to remember the name of the framework that we just provided to Standing Committee less than a month ago, I believe, although my time is running into each other. We identified early on when the COVID-19 pandemic hit us that we were facing not only a public health crisis, but people were saying an economic crisis, and I seen a social crisis coming as well. So we had businesses that were closing, we had people that needed places to live, we had addiction issues, mental health issues, serious issues going on, and so right away we said, what are we going to do about it? And so we presented to committee and we said we were going to do a framework which we're going to have a team of MLAs with ministers, feeding into from special committees, feeding into from the business sector, the social sector, and the Indigenous government, so that we can actually have all of the opinions from all of the sectors and come out with a plan that addresses all the social and the economic and the health needs of residents of the territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the Premier can speak to the process that Cabinet follows in order to kind of negotiate and discuss the orders that are coming out from the Chief Public Health Officer's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've asked to meet with the Chief Public Health Officer, but we're really conscious that we can't have any political influence on her. The Act stipulates that it is her responsibility once the Minister assigns her that title. How we work is that often the orders come out. Before they come out, hopefully she'll meet with us, and then we try to figure out what we need to do to implement those orders. She is in charge of making the orders on herself. She is in charge of the enforcement of herself. But there are issues that need to be addressed, such as the borders. That isn't her concern, that's government's concern, the isolation centres, how we're going to house people, the services we're going to provide to people, the community services, all those things are the GNWT. So once an order comes out, or there's a hint of an order, like we know that there might be coming out one at the end of this week, we sit behind closed doors and we talk about how we're going to implement those and what it's going to take on our side and what resources we need to pull up to be able to enact those orders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot of Northerners like to travel south during the summer. It's what we do. Sometimes it's to visit family. Sometimes people just need to get away for a little bit. I'm wondering if it's the intent of this government to encourage as many NWT residents as possible to stay in the NWT for the summer in order to reduce people's exposure to COVID-19 in southern Canada, and if so, what the GNWT is doing to encourage NWT residents to stay home. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, at the Cabinet table, we never actually said, do we want people to stay or not? That wasn't a question, but the reality is with ministers and myself included, it makes sense for us to limit our travel outside of the Northwest Territories this summer. Our numbers of COVID-19 that are infected in the south are still rising. We haven't flattened that curve yet. So I think at this point we are looking at, personal opinion is that it would make sense for as many people to travel the north as possible. What we're doing about it, we have spectacular NWT, we're talking about it now. Our Minister of Tourism is actively meeting with the tourist associations, talking about what we can do. We have beautiful, beautiful sceneries in the Northwest Territories, and only one of the privileges of being elected in this House is well, before COVID-19, I apologize to all the ministers now, but we did get to travel. And it really emphasized to myself personally about every region, every community is different, and everyone is beautiful in its own way. So we need to advertise that, we need to promote that as much as possible so that we can keep people. The North has a lot to offer, and I don't think a lot of Northerners that are from here have been to all of the communities. So I would, right now, like to say, all Northerners should travel north and see the beautiful land that we have in the Northwest Territories for this summer and for every summer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I absolutely agree with the Premier that the North is beautiful and has a lot to offer. I also wonder how many Southerners might feel the same way, especially considering we don't have any active cases of COVID-19. And now that we've discussed that people can come into our borders and that it sounds like what we will be expected to do is to advise people to self-isolate within our 4 self-isolation zones. So if somebody comes to the Northwest Territories and wants to go visit Jackie in Tuktoyaktuk. But they need to self-isolate in Yellowknife first before they can do that. And they've already arranged to go stay with Jackie and his family in Tuktoyaktuk. Who pays for the hotel when they stay in Yellowknife and self-isolate in Yellowknife? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Kamloops. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So right now we're in phase 1 of the Immerse Wisely, and so we've kind of limited the amount of travel. Phase 2 is going to be coming out this Friday. The Chief Public Health Officer will be announcing those orders. Hopefully tomorrow and Thursday I'll be getting more information on them as well. I'm very cautious about what I ask her for. I do not want her to think that I am imposing my will on her. It's a very delicate line. So we'll be talking about those issues as we talk to her. At this point, we have been paying for the isolation units. As we open up into phase 2, those are conversations we still need to have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Premier, oral questions. Oral questions, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the parks being announced to be open this weekend, can we ensure that residents can still go to the campground in my community and around my community without having to use the online system of securing the site? Because I don't think I've ever recalled anyone ever using the site outside of, especially at Gwich'in Campground, kilometer 240, and Caribou Creek, which is at kilometer 221. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've just recently been aware that not everybody in the territory likes to use the online systems, so it has just recently been brought to my attention that perhaps in Inuvik and around that region, people aren't using the system. I've raised this already with the department now, and we will look into how do we accommodate those that don't want to use the online system. So I will say, no, your park will not be closed this weekend just because the online system may not be utilized properly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. I'm going to have some happy campers this weekend. Well, since we've been going on this discussion and we're learning that tourists may come in, they may be staying in our isolation centers, we don't know who's paying for it. Can the Minister commit to waiving all fees associated with use of our campgrounds for our NWT residents as part of opening our parks for the season, since we are encouraged to have staycations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that sort of decision would actually have to come to the Financial Management Board, as surprisingly we do collect a significant amount of fees from the parks. I do want to state that it's my understanding that the fees are not super high, perhaps around $15 for a tent platform. I believe the highest price is $32 for Fred Henney, but at a powered site, but I can commit to getting the exact numbers on those. What we have done is we are doing a buy 5 nights get your 6th night free coupon. So when you register on the online system, which I'm assuming I'm going to have to adapt for Inuvik, however, we are promoting and giving an extra night free for the next time that people would book on the system. I have asked the department to look into how can we accommodate lower income residents in order to enjoy the parks. Perhaps we could work with NGOs to identify families that would like to go camping. So I commit to coming back to the member. While I can't waive the fees at this moment and just say yes, with looking at options so that we can help those that maybe can't afford to use our parks to better access them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just to the Minister's comment, the 5 nights, most of the people in my region and my community that go out camping Friday night, Saturday night, and come home Sunday, because a majority of them are out on the weekend to camp. So that system will not benefit, and we don't have a very long camping season, as I'd mentioned. So I would really want, with the amount of campers that we have in our region, would the Minister commit to waiving the fees in the Inuvik region, or the supplies, the wood, whatever that they can actually give to the campers, since they want to stay and they want to camp? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I waive the fees for only the members' region, I will have the other members coming to me to ask for the same thing. I already have another member who's actively pursuing the waiving of fees as well, so I can't show preference. I will take that away and have a conversation with the department. I did just want to clarify that the gatehouse at the Inuvik Parks will be manned this weekend, and they will take cash. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, final supplementary. Member for Nivik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that we seem to have media and everything that jumps the gun, but I'd really like the department to get on top of it in my community and get some advertising out locally. There are local people that do a lot of local advertising just so that they're aware that they need to bring the money, that they can go camping. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nivik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I commit to the member to doing a Nunavik or Beaufort Delta specific release with information regarding the differences of the online system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions are for the Minister of Justice. I believe there is much work to be done in reforming our criminal justice system. One of the places that is easy to start is the increasing use of alternative measures. That is not necessarily going through the court system and sentencing people to jail sentences, but using healing circles and all sorts of other alternative measures. So my question for the Minister of Justice is, during this life of this Assembly, will we increase the use of alternative measures?
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nationally, departments of justice, provinces and territories have all agreed that they would increase the use of alternative measures by 5% or restorative justice by 5%, and we're no different from that. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to certainly aim higher than that. 5% isn't necessarily very much. So certainly we are going to be looking, as we always do, at how we can better continue to engage community justice committees, what we can do to make better use of those committees and to encourage the use of alternative measures. Diversion numbers have not gone up in the last few years, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite conscious of that, and that does need to change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am happy to hear that we are committed to the 5% target, and I hope we can blow right past that number. I believe there's a number of improvements that can be made here. Firstly, NWT prosecutions can start to use alternative measures more. I believe officers should be encouraged to use alternative measures before they ever get to the Crown's office, and I believe we should work with our PPSC, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, to use alternative measures more broadly. But ultimately, we won't get that increase of alternative measures without increased funding and support to our community justice committees. So my question for the Minister of Justice is, will we be increasing the funding to our community justice committees? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't get to unilaterally increase the funding to the community justice committees much as I might perhaps like to. I go through the same budgetary processes that everybody else does, and notwithstanding my other role. But Mr. Speaker, there is the business planning process coming up, and while that doesn't necessarily mean that we all get to put in any and all new initiatives, it certainly is an opportunity to look at where we can, where we need to change the way we are structured, and how we can better maybe seek to see some improvements. There are also some opportunities, I hope, for federal engagement and for federal support. I know we do have allies in the federal government who also are very conscious of the need to increase alternative measures, increase the use of community justice programs, and it is certainly my hope that we'll be working with those partners to see those increases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to continuing those conversations regarding business planning. I believe that the Minister could put forward quite a compelling case that every dollar we spend in alternative measures actually saves us money, because it is simply extremely costly to bring people to trial and to hold them in prisons. And if we can avoid doing that, it ultimately saves us money. And I believe there's numerous studies showing that. Mr. Speaker, our MP Michael McLeod has been quite a vocal advocate for increasing First Nation policing funding. In this current budget, we passed $47 million to fund the RCMP and only $400,000 for First Nation programs. Will the Minister of Justice commit to increasing that First Nations funding amount? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to speak with our MP just recently. He certainly is a proponent of the First Nations policing program, as is the Department of Justice, and as the Department of Justice has been for some 10 years. The First Nations policing program, Mr. Speaker, is a cost-shared program. It is a cost share that gives us a much better opportunity for a return. That is why we don't have to put as much in as compared to the Territorial Policing Agreement, which is a 70-30 agreement. So it's a much higher cost to the GNWT. I would more than happily split the costs with the federal government along the lines of the FNPP. However, Mr. Speaker, that is something that will require the federal government to be on side with. So we've been engaged in that discussion with them for many years, and to why they should be looking at us and changing the way that we are funded and having more opportunities to use that program. But as I say, at this point, it is an advocacy role that I will simply have to continue to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, final supplementary member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize there's much advocacy work to be done, but I believe we won't make any progress absent this Assembly championing this issue. I'd like to speak briefly about a Yukon First Nation, Kwantlen Duns policing program, where their own members are the front line of policing services. I believe this has been a success story. Indigenous governments around the world are taking notice. I really believe that we could work with the federal government and in this current political climate champion similar programming in the Northwest Territories. So my question for the Minister of Justice is, will she work to develop a similar program where we have true First Nations policing in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm also quite familiar with the Kwantlen Dun program, and I can certainly commit to saying that I intend to look into the terms of reference through which it was created, or MOUs, or whatever systems or processes they use to establish their program. I am aware, Mr. Speaker, that it is a program that is in part funded by the Kwantlen Dun First Nation, and certainly it would never be my intention to impose a program like this on any Indigenous government or community, but I would be more than happy to work with any Indigenous government to try to work towards this sort of a goal, and to then go to our federal government partners and see what we can do for funding. But those are a lot of ideas and a lot of steps that would need to happen to move it forward. But at least I can assure the member that that we're at least at the stage of thinking about it as I've described. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I just want to follow up on my member from Yellowknife Centre questions in regards to the 14-day isolation plan for workers coming into the territory. So we opened it up today for all Canadians to come into our territory for a 14-day isolation. So I need clarification in regards to that, because it's contradicting the health plan that are from the Dr. Condola's health care the plan for the territory. Can I have just clarification on that? Are all Canadian citizens allowed to come to the territory with a 14-day plan? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nunukput. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I can't talk for Dr. Candola. That is, she's not here to speak for herself. I can talk about my understanding of Phase 1 when we came in. So, and of the Act. So again, going back to the Public Health Act, Section 33, brackets 1, says during a state of public health emergency, the CPHO may make orders and provide direction restricting travel to or from any area within the NWT. And that was the point that we were discussing right through. So my understanding then, Mr. Speaker, is that when someone comes to the border, we can't tell you can't come to the border. You have a charter right that says freedom of mobility. Once you step across the border, you are now in the NWT. At that point, then, our Chief Public Health Officer has the authority to say whether you're allowed to travel in the Northwest Territories to go further or not. So that is what she's been relying on. Phase 1 has been only allowing essential workers into the Northwest Territories. They have to have either 36 hours, or they have to self-isolate, they have to have plans. Phase 2 will be coming open, I believe, on this Monday. We will be presenting to Standing Committee on Thursday, and I don't want to pre-propose, what she will say, but I do think it's a valid question that should be asked to the Chief Public Health Officer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam, to the Premier, in regards to that, it was her interview today, so it's contradicting. I'm getting calls and stuff from back home in regards to the border. Are they allowed to come into the territory in regards to a 14-day self-isolation plan for all Canadians to come in? I just need a yes or a no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to give you both. Yes, they are allowed to travel across Canada. The Charter rights gives them the mobility right to travel into any jurisdiction. No, once they hit the border and across our border in the NWT, at that point, our CPHO, our Chief Public Health Officer, has the authority to restrict travel as she deems fit. So yes, they can come across the border. When they put one step in our border, it's our jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once they put that first step into the Northwest Territories, Mr. Speaker, who's going to pay that hotel bill in regards to the 14-day isolation plan? Is it us as people, taxpayers in Northwest Territories going to pay, or is it going to be the person who's coming in out of provinces who pays? Thank you.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this point, essential workers are the only ones that the Chief Public Health Officer is allowing to travel within the Northwest Territories. My understanding is when she opens up the Phase 2, according to what I've heard from the Minister today, is that it still won't be leisurely travel. It would be more essential workers. And there's a family reunification clause in there, I think, that she was looking at as well. So at this point, it is still just essential workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Oral questions. Member for Tuna-de-Welde.
Mr. Speaker, I know a lot of us in the House here, we get one of our biggest calls that we get are for hospitals, health and social services, medical travel. I guess I have a couple questions for the Minister of Health and Social Services. With talks that we're going to the next phase here now, and I know that we have a lot of medical travel requests and we have a lot of hospital visits. I guess my first question for the Minister is there going to be talk about any policy changes or in terms of visits, the number of visitors you're allowed is one of the main questions I'm asking for hospital visits for patients.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-de-Welde. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning of the containment stage, we had very restricted visitors into any of our health centres or our hospitals, mostly for the safety of our patients and especially our long-term care residents. So now that we're in Phase 1, there have been some changes. Right now, anybody going in has screening at the door. You have flu-like symptoms. We monitor you coming in, as well as long-term care visitations are still cancelled. Visitation care to acute care is limited to 1 per visit, so I think the member will be quite happy once I send him email response when we're done session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tuna-de-Welde.
I'm looking forward to that email, and I would like to share that with everybody. So are there any other commitments that we could hear from the Minister in terms of when we move to the next phase in terms of hospital policies? Like what kind of things can we expect to hear? Something high level, just something that we know what to expect going forward.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-de-Welde. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Thursday morning at 7:30, we have a meeting with AOC, with our Chief Public Health Officer and our Deputy Member Enforcement. So we'll be meeting to talk about Phase 2 and what does that mean. So, here's an opportunity for us to have questions so, we can just confirm some of the restrictions that are lifted. I mean, you know, the last thing we need is for, you know, us to misrepresent what the Chief Public Health Officer's orders are. So she can give us clarification, but I can find out as well right away for the member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after listening to the Premier talk about the beauty of the NWT, which is indisputable, and how everyone should come here and see it for themselves, I learned that the GNWT will be offering 2 weeks of special leave to staff if they leave the territory. Can the Minister of Finance confirm that that is in fact the case? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I know that we've been working on a number of initiatives in order to support staff who might be leaving the territories. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to misstate what exactly those provisions are. I will get that answer for the member. I'm half expecting it to show up in my inbox as I'm standing here. I do know that there's been a lot of discussion about it, but at the moment, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to misstate exactly who's getting what leave and when and for what purpose. We want to support the employees, but we also want to be fair and ensure that everybody is being treated equally. So I simply need to get back to the member on it. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you. I'm, of course, disappointed that the Minister is not able to provide the details at this point. I wonder if the Minister is also developing a communications plan to share with the private sector, most of whom are not going to be able to offer this kind of a benefit and who may not receive this news very well. Do you have a communications plan to explain how this is going to work and why it's necessary? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Your Honour, where am I? Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Not Your Honour, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, any major policy changes would certainly be accompanied by a communications plan, and it's been our practice, of course, to share it with members first before handing it out to the media. So, at this point, I don't see why we would do anything differently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. I realize the Minister is not going to give us the details of this plan today, but maybe she can answer why this is being considered. Thank you. This special leave is being considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, there's been a lot of conversations happening at the Department of Finance around how to support workers who are either on leave or and having to return if they, depending on the nature of the travel, if they have to take 14 days. I'm actually not certainly not suggesting that this is a definite program that is in fact in play, only that we've had to consider what are we going to do if suddenly staff are told, no, you can't take leave, or if you take leave, you still have to self-isolate, without giving some sense of when such a change would take place. Certainly up to this point, a lot of generous leave provisions have been utilized when this crisis broke, when people weren't expecting to be suddenly having to self-isolate, who may have already had travel plans or were returning, and who were being accommodated so that they could self-isolate afterwards. So to the extent that there has been those discussions, it's been out of the fact that at this point, a lot of employees have been granted various forms of leave in order to accommodate their return. So we need to be fair. We need to be cognizant that we've been under this pandemic and an emergency for some months, but at this point that that has evolved, and we can't keep pretending that there's always the same level of crisis. We need to adapt, and we need to be ready to move on back to the normal stage, more normal stages of work. So those are the kinds of discussions that we're having of how do we keep employees safe, how do we treat them fairly, how do we ensure ensure that they can travel if they have to travel, if there's an essential reason for them to do so, and then ensure that they can come back and go back to work and be treated fairly against somebody else who might have had to travel and who has to come back and go back to work. And I'm quite cognizant that the private sector won't necessarily be able to be as generous with some of those provisions as a large employer such as the GNWT. So those are all some of the considerations that have been swirling around at the Division of Human Resources. And Mr. Speaker, I certainly, as I've said, will commit to getting a very much clearer picture back to the members to exactly what the plan is. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister is right. The private sector is not able to be as generous, and our business has been open throughout the pandemic, and people who want to take holidays have to self-isolate for 2 weeks on their own time. That's not paid time by the employer. That's the reality of small business, the backbone of the economy. So what I'm interested in hearing finally is when GNWT is going to go back to, when GNWT staff is going to go back to work. I realize it's a phased approach, but when's it going to start and what's it going to look like as a general idea? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. Minister responsible for finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the return to work site work plan was put out by the Human Resources Division about, I want to say, a week ago, perhaps 2 weeks ago, and it was circulated in the House. I believe it's actually posted on the website. I'll double check that the link is available, and we'll certainly circulate that again. It's a phased approach. It's a phased approach that looks at ensuring that those that are already back at work can continue to be at work, that increasing the number of people who are able to return to work in a more formal capacity, and that as the Emerging Wisely plan unfolds, that the GNWT is in turn responding to the Emerging Wisely plan and maximizing what workers can be on site, utilizing a fairly careful approach in terms of making sure that programs and services are being delivered, and then also making sure that employees are kept safe. So there's a very detailed phased approach. It is, as I say, I believe it's available online. Workers are already back at work. Programs and services are already being delivered, and we're going to continue to increase the number and ways that we can provide those programs and services over time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document: Supplementary Estimates, Infrastructure Expenditures, number 2, 2020-2021, and a follow-up letter for oral question 232-19, bracket 2, mental health support for staffing at South Mackenzie Correctional Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Minister of Environment and Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 3 documents. Follow-up letter for oral questions 249-19, brackets 2, Territorial Fire Centre. Follow-up letter for oral questions 271-19, brackets 2, impact on camping outside of campgrounds, and follow-up letter for oral questions 272-19, brackets 2, transfer of land within municipal boundaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Member for Kamloops.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table a document titled White Privilege, Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack by Peggy McIntosh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Tabling of documents. Member for Frame Lake.
Monsieur le Président, I wish to table a letter from the Yellowknife Daycare Association and Children First Society dated June 9th, 2020 to the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment regarding support for childcare during and after the pandemic. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notice is a motion. Notice is a motion. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give notice that on Friday, June 12th, 2020, I will move the following motion. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Hay River North, that notwithstanding Rule 4, when this House adjourns on Friday, June 12th, 2020, it shall be adjourned until Thursday, October 15th, 2020. And further, that any time prior to October 15th, 2020, if the Speaker is satisfied, after consultation with the Executive Council and members of the Legislative Assembly, that the public interest requires that the House should meet at an earlier time during the adjournment or at a time later than the scheduled resumption of the House, the Speaker may give notice, and thereupon the House shall meet at the time stated in such notice and shall transact its business as if it had been duly adjourned to that time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Take a short break. Colleagues, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, June 11th, 2020, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the member for Tabacha, that the Government of the Northwest Territories develop a strategy by engaging Northwest Territories elders that provides a whole-of-government approach to enhance and coordinate programs and services to elders going forward, and further, that the government respond to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife Centre. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whereas Section 16(2) of the Human Rights Act provides that the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission is composed of such members between 3 and 5 in number, as may be appointed by the Commissioner on the recommendation of the Legislative Assembly, and whereas there will be 3 vacancies on the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission as of June 8, 2020. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that the Legislative Assembly recommend the reappointment of the following individuals to the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission: Ms. Marion Burrows of the town of Fort Smith for a term of 4 years, and Mr. Charles Dent of the City of Yellowknife for a term of 4 years. And further, that the Speaker be authorized to communicate the effective date of these appointments to the Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Boot Lakes, that Bill 7 Appropriation Act Operations Expenditures 2020-21 be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Appropriation Act Operation Expenditures 2020-2021 has had first reading. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 7 Appropriation Act Operations Expenditures 2020-2021 be read for the second time. This bill authorizes the Government of the Northwest Territories to make appropriations for operations expenditures for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. It also sets out limits on amounts that may be borrowed by the Commissioner on behalf of the Government, includes information in respect of all existing borrowing and all projected borrowing for the fiscal year, and authorizes the making of disbursements to pay the principal of amounts borrowed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. To the principle of the bill. Question has been called. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Appropriation Act Operation Expenditure 2020-21 has had second reading. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Table document 130-19(2) supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditure number 2 2020-2021. Yes. By the authority given to me as Speaker, motion 1-19(2), I hereby authorize the House to sit beyond the daily hour of adjournment to consider the business before the House as member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes in the chair.
I'll call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee, Mr. Norn?
Mr. Constitutional Madam Chair. Committee wishes to consider table document 130-19, bracket 2, a supplementary estimates, number 2.
Right. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We're going to just take a short recess. Just go. No. Recess. Like 5 minutes and 10 minutes. I just got to get my Back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider tabled document 130-19, 2 supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 2, 2020-2021. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here to present supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 2, 2020-2021. The supplementary estimates document proposes a total increase of $162.3 million, comprised of the following items. $166.3 million for infrastructure expenditures funding for projects that were not completed in 2019-2020. This amount is fully offset by lapses in appropriations in 2019-2020. A negative $4.4 million for adjustments to the timing of expenditures related to 5 infrastructure projects under the Federal Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan Agreement. This decrease is fully offset by increases in future year project expenditures. And $448,000 for an enclosed cab snowblower for the Mike Zubko Airport in Inuvik. This amount is fully funded by the Federal Airport Capital Assistance Program. That concludes my opening remarks, Madam Chair. I would be happy to answer any questions the members might have.
Thank you, Minister. Do you wish to bring witnesses into the House? Yes. Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Madam Chair, on the right is Jamie Cooey. He's the Assistant Deputy Minister of Finance. And on the left is Terence Cortrail. That's not right. And he's the Director of Management Board Secretariat.
Thank you, Minister. I will open the floor to general comments and then we'll go in by detail afterwards. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The size of this supplementary estimate is a bit surprising. I think it's almost $166 million. We passed the capital budget in the I guess it was the previous assembly, if I remember this correctly, and I think it was in the neighborhood of about $240 million. Can I just get an explanation as to whether this is the largest supplementary appropriation we've made and why, some explanation as to the size of this? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, I don't know if it's the largest ever. I'm not sure if either of our witnesses might getting a nod, so I'm going to assume then that it is, Madam Chair, and then asked for a general explanation, Madam Chair, or if we'd like to summarize some of the sort of major components thereof. I'm not sure what direction the member would like us to go with that.
Thank you, Minister. Member, did you want to clarify?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't mind a general explanation at a high level. I'm also cognizant that I've got 8.5 minutes left on the clock, so I don't want an explanation that's going to gobble up 2 minutes of time. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Chair, the largest number of the projects that are impacted here are the Investing in Canada infrastructure projects. Those are the ones that make up the largest chunk of this particular supplementary appropriation request. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Okay, thanks for that explanation. Can I get a sense of how much of this supplementary appropriation is a result of carryovers from the previous year? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have a percentage here, but Sorry, Madam Chair, and I'm just wondering, I don't have the math right in front of me. I have two different numbers. Madam Chair, perhaps I'll ask if one of the two witnesses can just, has the total number so that I'm not sitting and doing math while the member is waiting.
Mr. Cooey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I misunderstood the question. Is the member asking how much of the carryover was carried over in the previous year as well? Thank you.
Member, can you just clarify your question?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I get as a percentage of this supplementary appropriation, how much of it is carried over from the previous financial year? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Mr. Cooey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Compared to the last main estimates approved in 2019-20, this carryover consists of about 40%, just over 40%, 40.2%. Thank you.
Thank you. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, that's great because it accords with the table I'm looking at. Can I get some sense of the trend of the carryovers over time? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, certainly a percentage of the total carryovers from subsequent years, certainly this is the largest percentage, and over the course of several other years, the average hovers at just over 12%. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's the issue here. So in the past, it was as small as 20%, or sorry, 12%, but now it's up to 40%. And I guess I'd like to understand why we're having this much carryover in infrastructure spending from one year to the next. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, certainly the 42.5 is a much higher number than what I would like to see as well. I'm cognizant of that. Don't disagree with the member in that regard. As far as this particular year, quite a number, as I'd mentioned at the outset, of this is related to the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan, which was a significant project funding program put forward by the federal government, of which we were able to benefit quite a bit from. But it meant that we simply weren't able to carry through or complete all of those projects. Some of the individual projects have their own individual explanations for why that might have been. For example, the wind project up in Inuvik required further study even afterwards. And then there's also a diesel plant in Tokay, which is now moving forward, but it just took a bit more time to get moving forward on that particular plan because of planning requirements. I mean, each one of these has its own reason. And I can certainly go through each one, Madam Chair, but the overall is that there was a large influx of money, and it simply does take a lot of planning and a lot of capacity to get through that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the reason why I'm raising this is I was in the last Assembly. We saw this trend of increasing amount of carryovers from one year to the next. I took the previous finance minister to task over this and suggested that we needed to have some way of tracking what the reason was over time as to why we can't get the money out the door. We can't do the spending, and this is increasingly critical during this pandemic that we find ways to get money out the door to help stimulate our economy. As the largest driver in our economy, we have to get the money out the door. So, I need to understand whether this is cash flow problems with the federal government. Is it that we don't have enough capacity to get procurement done in a timely fashion? Is it that, is it issues around the contractor capacity is maxed out? What is the problem? Is there a systematic way of tracking what the issue is in terms of getting this money out the door? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, Madam Chair, there's not one single reason, but there are a number of reasons, and I would certainly say I would like to have a better way of tracking. I would like to ensure that we can track exactly those reasons and see what trends there are. So I mean, without knowing exactly how we would do that, I would like to make a sort of tentative commitment that we'll be doing that kind of a tracking. Again, in this particular case, it was as bad as it was, largely because of these particular projects. Quite a large number of large projects all came available for funding all at the same time, which did maximize GNWT capacity in terms of procurement, project management. It also maximized just local industry capacity and the ability to actually find the contractors in communities to deliver on those projects. So you know, those are two different two explanations, both at the procurement stage and then at the delivery stage. That said, as far as more specific, Madam Chair, it would be my intention to be back here next year with a much more detailed analysis of those specifics. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I lived through a previous commitment by the last finance minister to start tracking this, and clearly the work hasn't been done. So I don't know what the problem is, but we need to have a systematic way of tracking why there's so much carryovers. Look, this government, this cabinet has identified mega projects, large infrastructure projects as the way forward for our economy. I don't personally agree with that, but if we can't get the money out the door, because we have 40% carryover from one year to the next, we need to know what the problem is, what the obstacles are, and start fixing it. So I don't want a weak commitment. I want a strong commitment from the minister that she's going to fix this problem. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, obviously the priorities of the Assembly are the priorities of the Assembly and not only those of Cabinet. This is not the first time that I've had the chance to sit and say, hear what previous finance ministers may or may not have done, and have no difficulty in saying that I am who I am, and I intend to follow through on promises that I make. So, Madam Chair, I have already gone through the process of asking the department why I see certain words over and over again, giving me general explanations. If there's an explanation, then we should be following through on it and fixing the problem. And in some cases, there will not be an explanation other than we had an opportunity to take a lot of money from the federal government, and we did take that opportunity. I think we'll be able to do a better analysis. Can I promise that we'll solve every one of the bottlenecks in the next 12 months, given that we're going to be operating under a COVID challenge this summer in some capacity or another? Certainly not, but I can certainly come back here in the future when there are further carryovers, because there will be further carryovers, and be able to give a better analysis project by project as to why that is and where the bottlenecks are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further general comments to this supplementary appropriation? Okay. We will move on. Seeing no further general comments, we will move to the supplementary estimates by department. The committee has agreed to begin the review with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment. I will now open the floor to general comments on the Department of Education, Culture and Employment operations expenditures. And I think that's on page 6. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, further to my colleague's point about the delay in getting infrastructure projects out, I see here a reference to the J.H. Sisson School Planning Study, which I would like to confirm, first of all, is complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment would know, in fact, if the planning is complete. I believe it is, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, would you be able to answer that?
Sorry, could the member please repeat the question?
Thank you. Member, can you repeat your question?
Sure. Is the planning study for J.H. Sisson School complete?
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The school is, so right now what's going on with the school is that everything, all of the materials in the school have been removed in preparation for demolition. There's a contract in place for abatement and demolition, and there is a tender out for construction at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thanks for that, Minister, but that wasn't my question. My question is whether the planning study for the school is finished, and if so, why does it appear in this SUP? Thanks.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, when something is incomplete in the previous year, I mean, then it has to get carried over into this year in order to then be continued on with. So I, especially something with the Sisson School project, which is a multi-year project, the funding that would be approved in 1 year still needs to get reapproved into subsequent years. And so, again, I don't know exactly what stage the project is at, and if the member wants a more specific question, I can certainly turn this back to the Minister for Education. But the school overall school project is a multi-year project, and so for that reason, the funding will have to get reappropriated and reapproved, since the project itself is not complete at this point in total. But I don't know the specific stage of where it's at this moment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Yeah, thanks. So I did notice that the construction contract is now on offer, and it was my understanding that the construction was supposed to start this fall. Is that a reasonable time to vet and award the contract and have the construction start by this fall? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my understanding is that that is still the plan.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
I wonder if this contract is in fact coming out later than was anticipated, and there is some slippage in the timing on this project. Can the Minister speak to that, please?
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, again, I'm a bit conscious that the detailed specifics should be directed at the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, but I think it is safe to say really something that's being experienced and seen across all of the infrastructure projects and all of the matters that are before that a lot of the infrastructure projects that are coming through finance right now are experiencing some delays as a result of COVID-19, whether it's because of procurement slowdowns, whether it's because of slowdowns at the private sector side in terms of the ability to have uptake. That is not to say that projects can't get back on track, won't, and that they will in fact be delayed, only that there likely have been some delays in the last couple of months. Madam Chair, the Minister of Culture, Education, Culture and Employment would like to add something. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So the project is on schedule. There is no delay. The carryover is a difference between the cash flow forecast produced in 2017 and the actual expenditures incurred during 2019-20. So when you start a project, you estimate what the costs are going to be, and sometimes you don't get it 100% right. The project is currently at the end of the design development phase. The 100% construction documents were finalized at the beginning of May 2020, at which time the design consultant started the construction tender package. The draft package is scheduled or is completed, and the tender is out right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you. If I understand the Minister's answer correctly, the planning study was $1.486 million over budget. Is that what you're saying? Thanks.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
That certainly wasn't my understanding of what the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment was saying, is that just that the total project estimation does require an estimation, and so it's, that process is not perfect. I'm not sure if anything to add.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of EC&E, did you have anything else to add?
Sure. So this is a carryover. This is money that was already appropriated and is being carried forward. So it's not, we're not looking for money that was never appropriated. So it's not over budgeted, is what was already appropriated, but the cash flow didn't flow during the timeline that was anticipated.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I wonder if this is an appropriate time to raise the emails that we've all received about the possibility of continuing classes at Sisson School for the next year so that there's more classroom space available for physical distancing. I see all the ministers looking at one another, so that's for whoever would like to answer it.
Thank you, Member. Minister. Oh. All right, Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I don't even know how long ago it was now. The days are all meld together, but the Chief Public Health Officer, after issuing, or when she issued Emerging Wisely, she also issued a backgrounder document pertaining specifically to schools and the measures that needed to be taken in schools. Since that time, the department has been working with the education bodies to come up with plans on how they're going to implement those recommendations in schools to ensure that staff and students and the public remain safe in the upcoming school year. And so there are 49 schools, which means there needs to be 49 plans on how to implement it. What's happening now is that there have been a couple plans that have been done from a large school and from a small school. We're waiting for the Chief Public Health Officer to look at those so then we can take that feedback, can do the other 47 plans. And so that's where the planning is right now. And in that planning, YK1 has not indicated that they need that space at Sissons. And at a board meeting today, they voted unanimously to continue with the demolition of JK Sissons because they feel that they can accommodate their students safely given their existing resources. I will note that in Yellowknife there is some disparity between the utilization rates of the schools. The Yellowknife Catholic schools have high utilization rates in the 90%, over 100% I believe in at least one school, whereas the YK1 schools have a much lower utilization rate. So there is more space in those schools. So it's not such an issue for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Yeah, thanks for that response. So the ultimate authority on when the school is going to be demolished is YK1. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, it is a YK1 asset, as I understand, but I mean, obviously they're in fairly close contact with the Minister of EC&E. I don't think it's quite so simple of an answer as that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Okay, so YK1 owns the school. They can tear it down when they want to. That's what I'm hearing. That's it? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, my answer would simply be no, but I think for a better explanation, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So now we've gotten into the world of decentralized delivery of education. You know, the Minister of Education isn't almighty in terms of education and really has limited powers compared to, I think, what the public thinks. So, but what we do is we collaborate with education authorities, and there's very close collaboration, and we have great relationships. I think in other jurisdictions, they would be envious of how we relate to the education bodies. So, if we need to tear down a school and build a new one, it will be a GNWT asset once it's rebuilt, and we will provide that. So even though it's a YK1 asset now, we will be building a GNWT asset, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And so it is a collaborative effort, and the planning for the delivery of education in the next school year is on the YK1. And so, you know, we really have to work closely with them when we make these decisions. So they don't have the ultimate authority. I wouldn't say we have the ultimate authority. It's a relationship. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions, general comments to the page 6, EC&E operation expenditures? Seeing none, if there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? We'll begin on page 6. 2020-2021 supplementary estimates number 2, infrastructure expenditures, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, operation expenditures, early child and school services, not previously authorized, $3,060,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. I'll turn to page 7. Oh no, sorry. Total department authorized $3,060,000. Does committee agree? I almost skipped that one. All right. Can you now turn to page 7? I will open the floor to general comments on the Department of Infrastructure operation expenditures. If there are no comments, does committee agree to proceed to the detail in the table document? 2020-21 supplementary estimates number 2, infrastructure expenditures, Department of Infrastructure operating expenditures, asset management not previously authorized, $367,000. Does committee agree? Department of Infrastructure operation expenditures, programs and services not previously authorized, $31,564,000. Does committee agree? Oh, sorry. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can someone tell me what the status of the Inuvik Wind project is? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member, Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just recently the GNWT did respond to a third information request from the Gwich'in Land and Water Review Board. With that process still actively underway, that's the stage of things, but it is hoped, as I understand, that permits are going to be issued and that process is reaching a point of completion such that it could still be en route to getting started, or actually, in fact, completed by the fall of 2021. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member.
Chair, so can I just get a little bit of clarity around who actually owns the land that this project is supposed to be built on? What's the arrangement? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am... Let me see. Madam Chair, I'm not sure if perhaps the Minister of Infrastructure has that detail. I don't have it in front of me. Perhaps if I could turn to her, please, Madam Chair.
Oh, she's pointing to the Minister responsible for lands, Minister of Lands.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's the Government of Northwest Territories. It's a reserve, and we're working with the Indigenous governments on that piece of land right now. It's a reindeer reserve, and we're working with the Indigenous governments on that project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Madam Chair, I don't need this now, but can I get a commitment out of the Minister of Lands to give us a briefing note about the status of the project and the land tenure for it, and whether this is going through an environmental assessment, that kind of thing. And there's a lot of finger pointing going on the other side, so I don't really care which minister provides it, as long as we get an update, a briefing note on it. That would be helpful. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Lands?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'll be working with the Minister of Infrastructure on this, and we'll provide a briefing note to committee, SCEDI, on it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on page 7? Oh, Member for Tuna Day Willowday.
Madam Chair, just taking a quick look at the line item, Northwest Territories Power Corporation hydro upgrades, says various for 4.9 million. Can I get the Minister responsible just to give us a quick breakdown how that, which projects, which of these various projects are they referring to in this line item? Monsieur Joe.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, of course, there's two projects here. It's the Tulston hydroelectric upgrade as well as the Snare Forks upgrade. I'm not sure if the member wants further detail, and I'll certainly turn it back over to the Minister responsible for Power Corporation.
Thank you. Minister, member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to, for my writing, I'd like to just send a little breakdown for the Tulston just to see how that is being allocated. Monsieur Cho.
Thank you. Member for Lands? Responsible for NT, Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we will get that complete breakdown for the member.
All right. Thank you, Minister. Member, okay. Are there any further questions on page 7? Seeing none, does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Okay. Recall. Okay. Oh, yes. Sorry. Department of Infrastructure Operations Expenditures, Programs and Services not previously authorized, $31,564,000. Does committee agree? Total department not previously authorized, $31,931,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please turn to page 8. I will now open the floor to general comments on the Department of Education, Culture, Employment, Capital Investment Expenditures. Are there any questions, comments? If there are no member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Would this be the appropriate place to ask specifically about things contained under the Early Childhood and School Services section?
I think so, yeah. Yes. Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if one of the ministers can identify, under here we have a boiler replacement, and it was brought to my attention in 2019 that there was a boiler replacement that was paid for directly by the school. So I'm just wondering, when does the GNWT cover the cost, and when is the school board expected to cover the cost? Thank you.
Thank you. Member, Minister of Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In Yellowknife, sometimes there are some schools that are owned by the Education Authority, and there are some schools that are owned by ECE. ECE covers the cost when it's an ECE asset, and the authority covers the cost when it's an authority asset. However, there are times when ECE might have some, I won't say money laying around, but does have some funds that they can put towards these to assist the education bodies. And so when that's the case, then we do our best to help them so that they can use their surplus on education. So I guess the answer is it depends. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister, member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I agree with the minister that any surplus should be spent to the best of a school board's ability on education. It must be difficult for school boards to plan when it's on a case-by-case basis. I guess, how does ECE do its best to ensure that that money is being distributed equitably throughout schools in the Northwest Territories that may not be a GNWT asset? Thank you.
Thank you. Member, Minister Avicini, or?
Minister Avicini, take that one again. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister Avicini.
Thank you. There's a lot of work done. You know, there's there's constant collaboration and communication between ECE and the education authorities, and ECE does their best to know the state of all the different schools and what might be coming down the pike, and infrastructure plays a big role as well. We rely on their expertise, and so it really is a collaborative effort trying to figure out what is an emergency, what needs to be done, where can we help, what are the surpluses like in each education authority. So there's a lot of different factors, but it's not like there's a ton of money that's just floating around that we can throw at these different projects and we have favorites. It really is a case-by-case basis, and depends. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My next question is in regards to the Colville Lake School replacement. I'm wondering if the Minister could potentially give us some more information on that one, because I see that it's definitely not an entire school replacement, so I'm just kind of curious as to the details of what is being replaced. We've all heard about the school in Colville Lake, how they don't have running water, and it's 2020, and I think that every school, especially in COVID times, needs to have running water, and so I'm just wondering what replacements are happening in Colville Lake School. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Madam Chair, I think this is a part of a planning stage. I can turn it back. Minister Vicini is nodding at me that this is at a planning stage, so there is still an intention ultimately to move this project forward, but for now, this is the geotechnical work that's being done at the background. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Is there an expected deadline for this school to be complete and open? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, I don't know. I don't have a target date in front of me. I'm not sure if the Minister Vicini has that available.
Minister Vicini?
Thank you. No, there is no target date, and that's because we've been approached by the community to try and partner on the school and perhaps do things a little bit differently. And given the mandate of this assembly that we want to do things differently, we're exploring that option. So it's not a straight ahead GNWT build. We're trying to work with the Indigenous government and find a way forward. And so there's not much more I can say at this point, because that's really where we are. It's really in the early stages, but this school is a priority. I heard about it during the entire last assembly, and things haven't gotten any better. So this is a priority for myself and my department. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I know I'm very happy to hear that from the Minister. I'm also wondering, in regards to Mega Lilac School renovation and addition in Tuktoyaktuk, what the timeline is on that school being complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister?
Madam Chair, this is another one where, as I understand it, there's some early stage work that still has yet to be completed. And although the project is proceeding, again, I don't have a target date in front of me. I'll turn it to the Minister Vicini if he has one available to him at this stage. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Vicini?
Thank you. So this school put it out for tender. It came in, all the bids came in quite a bit over budget, so we tried to work with one of the proponents. There's still some distance there, so we are looking at next steps. We want to get this done as well, so I don't have a target date right now. It is dependent upon some decisions that will be made in the coming weeks, hopefully, and there are other entities involved, and I'm sorry I'm being so vague about this, but really that's where we are right now. But again, this is another school that's a priority for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I guess just a general comment. I would love for us to get to the end of this assembly and to be able to confidently say that every school in the Northwest Territories has running water. And I guess I look forward to the Minister's follow-up from his vague commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance?
I took that as a comment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Any further questions? Oh, member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, just in regards to bringing up, I'd like to thank my colleague from Yellowknife here that brought up Mangalalek School. Target date, working with COVID-19, our communities are suffering with no employment, nothing going on. I really think this is a shovel-ready project, and I think this should be brought to FNB to get the extraordinary funds that's needed to work with the proponent to get this contract started this year. From what I've been told, it's the gap for funds is, they're a little bit stretched, but you know, with everything that's been going on with shovel-ready projects, federal government stepping in to help assist us in regards to these projects, where does the minister think, when does this minister think that a target date? This school's been in the book since 2007 because I was the one that brought it up in this house. You got 35 plus staff that use one bathroom. That's unsanitary. It's almost having a honey bucket. So I think they got to really work with the proponent. I want a target date, and I really am pushing. We need this project to go. So thank you, Madam Chair. Target date from the minister. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nunukput. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, certainly, I would note, I don't know that the federal government generally funds any sorts of school projects for us, which doesn't necessarily mean that the other comments around that are any less important or prescient regarding the needs of this school, or the fact that it's been around on the project's plans for quite a long time. So certainly, at the very least, Madam Chair, before we're back in session, we will have a better plan, but I don't know that I don't know where we'll be at in terms of the project, but I can at least at that point report back, or the Minister of ECD will be able to report back and provide an update as to where this project is at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to remind the ministers our next sitting date after we're done here is October 15th. Ain't nothing going to be happening in our riding because that's going to be freeze up and stuff like that. And can't do all the groundwork that's needed to do the extension on that school. So it being a shovel-ready project, why can't we go ahead with that project in regards to getting it started? So with the monies that we do have, with the 12 million, so where does that come into play in regards to getting the foundation ready so we could be working this winter, potentially? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, member for Nunukput. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Minister of Infrastructure feels some greater degree of confidence in what I do that there are some relaxings in terms of the kinds of funding that might be available. So again, at this point, not knowing myself what the shortfall is, not knowing the reasons for it, not knowing what stage we're at, I simply can't right now at this point say when it will necessarily come forward to FMB, in addition to which obviously it's not the Department of Finance that would be bringing it forward, it would be one of my colleagues. So I mean, at the very least, I would commit to work with them to see where this is at, to see if we can at least provide some understanding and clarity for the member as to where this project is at and whether or not it's going to be able to proceed this summer. Certainly, we should be able to get that answer.
Thank you, Minister. Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that being said, I'm asking the Minister of EC&E, when is he going to bring it to FMB for approval for the shortcoming, for the monies needed to finish for the tender that they're working with, the company that they're working with? When? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Nunukput. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So we're looking for additional funds. If we don't get those funds, we still have a school to build. So we got to retender it, or I got to go to FMB to get some money. So those are decisions that I'm going to make as soon as we find out if we can get some extra funds, and hopefully that is within the coming weeks. But I can't say for sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunukput.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So that being said, if we're going to bring this to FMB, I want a clear answer. When are we going to bring it forward to FMB for the funds? And then two, that is the company that we're working with that has the contract. Have they been notified in regards to what's happening in regards to this project on a go forward? Again, I want to remind the Minister, and I want to remind all my Cabinet colleagues on this side of the House that it's okay to drop everything and give everything to Yellowknife. And I don't mean to say that, I don't use that term lightly. Everything's been given. Arnica and all the money, it's just like a drop of a bucket. When it comes to something like this, probably going to cost extra $4 million. Where is it? People in my community, in my riding, need that school done. So you have $12 million right here. I know there's a shortfall. I know the bid number. I want to make sure that the minister could bring it forward to FMB for an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister? Chair, FMB will sit on an emergency basis if it needs to, as it has been throughout the last several months, and as we've been dealing with COVID-19, and that won't change in the next couple of months. As the Minister from EC&E has already noted, there needs to be a determination within the department whether or not they need to come back to FMB for money or whether they can find other sources of funding. And so I'm confident, relying on what the Minister of EC&E has said, that as soon as they've made that decision, if they need to come to FMB, we don't need a lot of turnaround, so that there won't be any internal delays in terms of bringing it forward if that's the direction it needs to go. Again, Madam Chair, I've at least committed that I'm conscious that it's June, that if we're going to have a project happen this summer, we need to give those answers soon, or very soon. And I've committed to at least that much, is that I'll be able to say one way or the other whether this will proceed this summer or not. So Minister for EC&E will work out where they are going to get their funding, and then we'll be able to provide that answer as to whether it's happening this summer or not. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nunavut.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to bring it again. I really think I encourage my EC&E minister to bring this forward to FMB to try to find the extra funds that's needed. I'm not going to use COVID-19. We can't use it for an excuse. I know we're busy with it. We've been all busy. And we need work in our communities. Bottom line, that's going to create 40 to 50 jobs, take people off income support. It has a rippling effect right across the whole board in regards to people able to pay their bills. So if they could make sure that they bring it to FMB and give it a good, honest shot, I'd appreciate that. People in my riding in Tuck need that school to be fixed. It's an older school, like I said, unsanitary for my teachers. So I really encourage my minister to bring it forward to FMB, and sooner the better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. I will take that as a comment. Did you have any further questions for the Minister? Did you have any questions?
Yeah, get my school. Thank you.
Again, another comment. Are there any further comments on this on the page 8? All right, so if there are no further comments, does the committee agree to move to the detail contained in the table document? All right. 2020-2021 supplementary estimates number 2, infrastructure expenditures, Department of Education, Culture and Employment, capital investment expenditure, culture and heritage languages not previously authorized, $574,000. Does committee agree? Early childhood and school services not previously authorized, $13,941,000. Does committee agree? Labor development and advanced education not previously authorized, $86,000. Does committee agree? Total department not previously authorized, $14,601,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, please turn to page 9. All right. I will now open the floor to general comments on the Department of Environment and Natural Resource capital investment expenditures. Are there any questions, comments to this page? If there are no comments, does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? 2020-2021 supplementary estimates number 2, Department Environment and Natural Resources capital investment expenditures. Environment Protection and Waste Management, not previously authorized, 210,000. Does committee agree? Forest Management, not previously authorized, 1,389,000. Does committee agree? Wildlife and Fish, not previously authorized, 944,000. Does committee agree? Total Department, not previously authorized, 2,543,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please turn to page 10. Committee, I will now open the floor to general comments on the Department of Finance capital investments expenditures. Are there any questions, comments? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see here $2.4 million for a secure image management system upgrade. Can the Minister explain to me what that is? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is through the ISSS division. This is a project that will replace the system that is currently being used in Department of Infrastructure to manage and print driver's licenses, and it is intended to incorporate facial recognition technology into that licensing process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the Minister explain? I also see the $1.1 million for the enterprise licensing and permitting. My understanding is that budget line is to bring most, if not all, of our licensing and permits online into one system. Can I just perhaps have a bit of a distinction between the SIMS and the enterprise difference? Is one for the DMV and one for other licensing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think generally, I think the member is accurately stating it. Just by way of a bit of further example, so the secure image management is really, it's quite specific to the DMV because it involves, as I said, facial recognition and the printing of actual licenses that have people's photos on it. And yes, the enterprise licensing permitting system, this is intended to be the e-service delivery in order to access licensing and permitting across departments. It's really meant to be a direction in terms of getting us onto a single unified platform for all of the GMWT's general permitting and licensing. But again, and the difference simply being that that's a platform, whereas the other one is, as I understand it, is the technology required to do the facial recognition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions on this on page 10? If there are no further comments, does committee agree to move to the detail contained in the table to, member for Frame Lake?
Thanks, Madam Chair. There's $1 million in here for the Inuvik to Tuck fiber link. Is any of that money available, or is it going to be used for a distribution system within Tuck? Or is the line going to run into Tuck and then it's going to sit there and nobody can access it? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, much like all of the other opportunities that are being provided through the fiber optics projects, is that if this does proceed, and I don't know that it's at a stage of being confirmed as a procedure, that it would run as a point of access, and then it would be up to partnering with internet service providers to support the last mile. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So are there, look, what do I know? Is there an internet service provider in Tuck right now? And are they going to hook up to the fiber link? Or I just don't want this to end up being another community where the fiber link goes by or to it and there's no way for people to access it. Like, what is going on with this project? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I actually met with, had the opportunity to speak to Northwest Tel just today. There are quite a number of projects that I think they are looking to advance. There's projects that they're looking to advance on their own and some that they're looking to partner with various levels of government on. So While I can't sit here right now and promise that all of Tuktoyaktuk housing and facilities will all be linked to high-speed fiber in the immediate future, I can certainly say that this project will get a long way in terms of figuring out exactly what is required, would certainly get that fiber as far as Tuk, which it would certainly be a good starting point. And then we'll be continuing to develop a plan, as I've already committed to doing in the House, to describe and to discuss the role of the GNWT in terms of making sure that there are those last connections as much as we can support that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Framley. Are there any further questions on this page? If there are no further comments, does committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? 2020-2021 supplementary estimates number 2, infrastructure expenditures, Department of Finance, capital investment expenditures, information system shared services not previously authorized, $6,874,000. Does committee agree? Total department not previously authorized, $6,874,000. Does committee agree? All right, thank you, committee. We will now move on to page 11. I will now open the floor to general comments on the Department of Health and Social Services capital and investment expenditures. Questions? If there are no comments, does committee agree? Oh, sorry. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as is the case with the Bengal Alex School, the laundry and kitchen facilities upgrade for Avens has been on this list for as long as I've been here. So can the minister tell us what the delay is in doing this upgrade and when this upgrade will actually happen? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
And Madam Chair, the Minister responsible for Health and Social Services can provide more detail.
Thank you. Oh, just wait. Thank you, Member of Finance. Minister of Finance. Member for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the project was put on hold by Avens as they were pursuing other facility development options on the new Avis campus that would incorporate all the planned kitchen and laundry facilities as well.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you. So this project continues to be on hold and there is no end date for it to be spent. Is that correct? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Avens has indicated that they're expecting to have a decision on the project by early this summer. So we are waiting to hear from a decision from them, but the plan is to sit back down, and we sat back down a couple months ago, and we went through their overall plan, including the Minister of Housing and Finance. So that is still on the table. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Yeah, thank you for that response. This message is for, this question is for the Minister of Finance. Is there a limit to the number of years that funds can be carried over before they are added back in to the general pot and the projects have to be defined and justified starting over again? Just wondering about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, there's no specific limit in terms of years. Carryovers have to meet the requirements of the Financial Administration Act and the Financial Administration Manual, which requires that either the project is underway in some fashion I'm actually drawing a blank as to the criteria, but there has to be some action being taken. Money doesn't just get to sit around when there's not something to show for it. So in that sense, although it can continue to carry over, it wouldn't be carrying over in the absence of some steps being taken or some movements being made. So it's, yeah, again, either the project is underway or that there's contracts already in place to get it underway. So one of those two things needs to be happening in order for it to automatically be eligible for a carryover. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Are there further questions under this member for Cam Lake?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask, first off, about the Stanton Legacy Building renovations and what the deadline is on that.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll turn to the Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Minister of Finance. Minister for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the design is near completion, and it's expected to be tendered this fall. It is a multi-year contract, so the progress is still in place. Sorry, which one is she asking about? The Stanton Legacy? There's two. There's the base building or the building modification.
Yes, I'll just clarify. Member for Yellowknife Centre, can you just clarify which line item are you, or Cam Lake, sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering when the building will be completely renovated, done, and ready for us to start using as a long-term care facility. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the design and process is still under tender, and as this is a multi-year project, we're still waiting to work out some of the details on the design. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm also wondering the same for the long-term care facilities in both Inuvik and Hay River. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Here it is. So the design is still underway for the 48 long-term care facility in Inuvik and Hay River. However, as a result of continuing rising construction costs and permafrost challenging soil conditions in Inuvik, the original cost estimates for the projects are currently under review. You know, we've looked at the design for the facilities, and due to COVID, there are potential changes to how we plan the facilities going forward. For example, the size of the facility and the types of common areas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to move on to the Community Counselling Information System. I'm wondering if the Minister could explain to us what that is and how that's different than the electronic patient system that our primary care clinics and health centers currently use. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Community Counselling Information System is funding for the implementation of a computerized system for the management of mental health and addiction clients. And can I get clarification on what we're comparing it to? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering why we need a separate system for mental health and why we can't just use the electronic systems that we currently use for people of the Northwest Territories when they go to seek advice or medical assistance from their physicians. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I don't know. We can definitely find out and get back. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. My last question is in regards to the organ and tissue donation registry. And what I'm wondering is, if the NWT decided to go for an opt-out rather than an opt-in version of organ and tissue donation down the road, how that would change the budget allocated to that type of a registry. Would it drive it up? Would it remain the same? Is it a base cost? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister of Finance.
Being presumptive, Madam Chair. Thank you. Madam Chair, this is one project that certainly has had some delays in terms of the finalization of the agreement because of challenges in terms of people being available over the last few months. As far as if there's a complete change in the project, then there would certainly be a change in the contracts that are already being developed, which would no doubt lead to changes in the budget. So, I mean, at this point, the projected cost is actually below budget based on the model that they're using. So, you know, Madam Chair, at this point, I know that's not entirely the answer that the member is looking for. I think perhaps if there's what we could do between the Minister of Health and Social Services and myself is to, we could certainly provide some more detail if it would be of assistance to the member, outlining the nature of the project as it is right now, and then look at that going forward. Because again, right now there's a certain design in place, and that is what is being developed in terms of project contracting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question with respect to the two long care facilities there. I just see that the Hay River one is 5.6 million and the Inuvik is 1.4 million roughly. What's the difference there?
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, thank you. That is a level of specificity that I don't have here. I do know contracts are currently in place for both projects, so it shouldn't be difficult to delineate a breakdown for the member, and I can commit to getting that information to him.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you say contracts are in place, is the contracts being let for those already then, or? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Chair, I understand that the projects are at different stages, and as such, that's right. And these are carryovers, Madam Chair, and I'm forgetting that as well. So the carryover amounts are different in terms of the projects. We're not comparing. When you're comparing the carryovers, you're not necessarily comparing the total value of the project one to the other. You're comparing only the amount of carryover one project to the next. So at this point, there are different cash flow pressures on each project, and that in the one case, the one is simply, I suspect, further ahead than the other. As such, there's less of a carryover. Again, if I can certainly provide more detailed breakdown of that cash flow if that's what the member's interested in.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that's fine. I think I have an understanding of what the issue is there. I guess I'd like to know when we can expect the design to be completed, because I don't think it's completed yet, and when we could expect, I guess, groundbreaking on that facility, 48 beds for Hay River.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the Minister of Health and Social Services might have some more breakdown in terms of the timing. Perhaps I'll ask her, Madam Chair, please.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the 2021 capital plan is currently under development, so any change to previous amounts will require a form of FMB and Cabinet. So there's still some discussions around the scope and the project. We have been in discussions of possibly looking at the number of bed facilities, so there is still some discussion around that and the impacts on whether it's increased costs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister tell me if the geotech has been done in the area where this new building is going to go? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I think I'm getting the answer is no right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the other thing is I guess with COVID-19, I'm just wondering what the added cost, or are we anticipating added costs because of that for these projects, because of design changes or special design to take into account what's happening today? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, it's too early to say necessarily. As far as design changes, I mean, there's no information here that suggests that that's inevitable or imminent. Yeah, so I mean, I suppose the short answer is none anticipated, Madam Chair. But again, the capital plan for 21-22 is underway, so if there do need to be significant changes, there would be an opportunity to see those at that time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Geez, I thought I ran out of time there. I just want to talk about the sterilizer room. Is that for the new facility, or is that to do with the old H.H. Williams Memorial Hospital? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I'm confident that the Minister of Health and Social Services has the answer.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The sterilizer room upgrade is for the Hay River Health Centre. So the funding for the installation and condensing unit in the sterilizer room to handle the additional heat load, and so they're adding air conditioning to the room. So there's been a delay in the work to get it completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next one is the heating system for Woodland Manor. Is that for the existing part of the manor, or is that for the new 10-bed extended care facility? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the heating system, the furnace for the Woodland Manor long-term care facility was failing and no longer could be repaired and required replacement. It's anticipated it will be completed in prior year. So it is for the Woodland Manor long-term care.
Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to long-term care in Nunavut, in regards to the, I guess, 48 beds with the carryover, the 1.446 million, where is that in this project, and how is it going to affect my elders in my riding? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister, thank you, Member for Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I don't know the exact stage of the project. I can find out the stage of the project, and that would hopefully provide the member with a bit more certainty as to the timing of the project and how that would benefit, hopefully, his members.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not going to benefit my my riding. I wonder where's the geotech work in regards to this? Where is it at? Has this long-term beds? You got 25 beds in Nunavut right now. You're going to get another 48. That's 78 beds. That's probably 200 jobs that's going to create in Nunavut for this project. Now, what you're going to do with the elders in my riding, and in regards to bringing them in. I brought this up at the start. It's like you're going to be plucking elders out of the community again. When we know the cost of travel between our communities over probably $2,000 from Sax Harbor, Ulukaktuk, and Paulatuk, when we should be trying to put a smaller building in the community, like 48 beds. That's kind of kind of a big thing. I'm sorry to bring it up like that, Madam Chair, but it's like, for myself, how I look at it, residential school all over again. Taking people out of their homes. Families want to take care of our loved ones, our elders. Being in Iqaluit, you should know that in regards to that. I don't approve of this 48 beds. I need 5 beds, 6 beds in Ulu. I need same thing in Polituk to take care of our own. But again, it's all the bigger centers that no blink of an eye, they're going to ready to spend their money. For us, it's a have-not riding right now, and it's not right. So I really want to think before, if they didn't start their geotech, maybe they should downsize just a little bit here. Throw 30 beds or 20 beds. You don't need, and then have 45, not 78. So that's, for myself, I really, I'm appalled the way things that are going, that this government, the way they're seeing how they're treating our elders. And like I said, we want to take care of our own. In Iqaluit, we take care of our own. And I really think this should be rethought instead of just throwing another 48 beds, because you could throw 48 beds. That was done by the last government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, this project is part of a capital plan that was approved not by any member here in this assembly, but by the prior assembly. So, Madam Chair, certainly when the next capital plan comes forward, then that certainly will be an opportunity to question why, if there's not a project at that point in one of the smaller communities, that would be an opportunity to press any member of cabinet with what those plans might be going forward. But at this point, what we're doing is carrying over money on a project that's already underway, that was already approved. So I'm not sure that we'll be in a position to create a new project right now on the fly in this context. But certainly all the departments, of course, are starting to think about their next round of capital planning. And so in hearing the passion that the member brings to this, that doesn't go that certainly is being heard both here and I'm sure back in the departments as well as they're listening to this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is, seems to be funny for my colleagues across the table here. I'm really I'm concerned in regards to the way things happen here. It has to, fairness in regards to like I said before, and I did a member statement on this, we're tired of having our members, our elders taken out of our communities, and then only time they're home is when you bring them home to bury them. And that's what this is. For myself, I'm passionate about it. This, like I said, you don't need another 48 beds. Take 30 beds and give 6, give us 6 to my communities. Give us, give 6 to Polituk, give 6 to Saxar or to Ulu. We need this. It's not, for myself, I'm really taken back in regards to how things go. They said this is a changed government. Let's change it. Pretty simple. They never even started the geotech. So it's easy to change, make it smaller. But they're talking about no problem making it bigger because of COVID-19. Bigger common areas, bigger bathrooms, bigger this, bigger that. But other projects in our small communities, you're the ones that are lacking in regards to providing services to all 33 communities, not just the main centers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Did you have any further comments?
Madam Chair, I think almost every minister here is scrambling right now because almost everyone wants to add something because I'm hearing that there's a number of projects that are underway to support moving elders out of the Yellowknife and back to their regions, that there's aging in place retrofits being looked at for the smaller centres for across the Northwest Territories. And I'm being reminded also that the committee will be seeing hopefully a draft of the 21-22 capital plan by July. So once they see that capital plan, there'll be an opportunity for members from across the Northwest Territories to determine whether or not the plan at that point reflects the projects that they think are reflective of the priorities of the Assembly, and they can certainly at that point as well have the questions in place to every department about what steps they are taking to ensure that elders are in fact aging in place. And, you know, I'll simply call in actually what was said earlier in the House is that there's may well be a motion on this very issue or a version or a related matter later in this week. So in terms of the review of the supplementary estimates and the infrastructure carryovers, Madam Chair, I'm not sure that this is an opportunity for me to do very much right now other than to say that this project was approved by the last Assembly and there's some unspent money that they're asking to carry over. So, I mean, unless there's a motion to change that, which I don't think that's what I'm hearing from the member. I think he's suggesting to us that we need to do things differently going forward. And as I said, there was quite a scramble here of everyone saying the things that they're already doing to do things differently going forward, including the fact that, again, this draft plan for the capital expenditures is coming forward to committee in just probably next month. I think it's very apparent to us that we should be expecting to be answering questions on what in that capital plan will be there to support elders in the smaller communities. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I will move on to Member for Tabacha.
I don't have any questions. It was all, Madam Chair, because it was answered.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So on page 11, there's $16 million for what looks to me as renovations to the Stanton Legacy Building. And let me start by saying we do need more long-term care beds in Yellowknife, but how much has been spent on renovations to date, and what's the total cost of renovations on the Stanton Legacy Building? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't know if I have, again, being the an infrastructure SUP that deals largely with carryovers, I don't know that I have the total amount spent on renovations with me. But I take that back. I might, if I could ask the director to answer the question or attempt to answer the question for me, please, Ms. Director of the Management Board Secretariat, please.
And that's Mr. Couture. How do you pronounce your last name? Sorry, I need to get it correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Terence Couture. For those two projects referred to by the member, one project has a total budget amount of $14 million, just over $14 million, and the second project is just over, just under $58 million.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I guess I'm trying to understand why we're spending $72 million for renovations on a building that we're not even going to own at the end of the day. This is part of a weird P3 arrangement that I could never really get to the bottom of in the last Assembly. And can someone explain to me why we have to spend this much money on the renovations and we're not going to own the building and we're going to have to lease the space afterwards? Is that what this arrangement is all about? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd be more than happy to offer that explanation, but to be quite frank, I do not have that contract or those arrangements in front of me, and was simply not anticipating to be defending the entire P3 arrangement around Stanton today. So I will be more than happy to give that answer, but yeah, I think I can really just commit to giving that detail or getting that detail. I'm not going to be in a position to answer that fulsomely today.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Member for Frame Lake?
Sure, thanks. Yeah, I didn't anticipate getting into this level of detail on some of these things as well, but so I take it then that the minister is prepared to make or provide that information following this discussion. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance.
Well, Sorry, Madam Chair. I mean, the answer is yes, I guess, but there's a fairly large question there around getting into the justification for a project that was again began in the 18th Assembly, and possibly a bigger conversation around why we would have a P3 project in general. So yes, I will commit to getting some more detail about the nature of the project and the nature of the agreement, why the agreement, the pros and cons of the agreement, and the benefits thereof. If that's a satisfactory commitment to the member, then that's where I'm at. And if I'm missing something, I'll be corrected, I'm sure.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to take that commitment from the Minister. Just want to correct one thing. This was actually something that was started in the 17th Assembly, or just before the election, maybe. And yeah, I just want to know why we're spending $72 million on renovations for a building that we're not going to own, and then we have to lease back space out of it. It just doesn't sound right to me, but I'm happy to get the Minister's explanation following this meeting. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Did you have any further questions? All right. So I will go back to Member for Tabaccia.
So I guess Madam Chair, I just want clarification also now that with this P3, with the 72 million, so we're not going to own it. So when the contracts are, even some of these modifications and renovations and further on with the tenders, the government still puts the tenders out, or does the owner of the building have a say in who gets the tender? Like, it doesn't make, could you give clarification on that, please? Like, you're not very specific in your answers even to other members today. I would like us being specific, because I mean, when you when you're putting a building up or doing a renovation, and even with the planning, usually you're very specific, even if you're going to be doing it in negotiated contract. So you have not been very specific exactly with your answers, and I want to make sure that you answer me specifically what you're going to be doing.
Thank you, Member for Tabaccia. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there's an ongoing project to renovate the Stanton Legacy Building, and right now there's a $9,782,000 carryover that's being requested, because that's an amount that was cash flowed last year that wasn't used up in that period, and so the Department of Health and Social Services is asking to carry it forward to continue the project that is underway. Right now, that's what I have in front of me. I don't have all of the project specifics in front of me, because that would be part of the capital planning project that would have been approved, as I've said, under the 18th Assembly, and planned, it sounds like, under the 17th Assembly. But our own capital planning process will be in draft form before the members well, again, next month, at which point there would be, I imagine, a very detailed breakdown of exactly where the projects are at and what stage they're at, and what the current cash flow projections are going to be for the next year going forward. So I'm happy to have that conversation again going at that point, in terms of looking at where we are at in these projects and determining if in fact we want to continue to have these projects on our capital plans. For the moment, all that is being requested is to be able to continue the work that is underway, and that was previously approved. As I've already made a commitment to another member, as far as determining and providing information on the pros and cons of this overall project, again, I will be happy to get that and make that commitment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. I just want to remind members to keep their questions focused to the carryovers and not the overall project of the P3. We're looking at this, and the Minister has already agreed to provide us information on if we have more questions on the P3 process, and maybe we've got that commitment already. Member for Tabaccia.
We won't ask questions on the P3, but the the results of this P3 is tremendous. We're in a COVID-19 pandemic,
And many of our communities don't even have procedures that were actually offered in our health centers. And yet we're putting $72 million in the end, probably negotiated contract and not tender, not own the building, and I can't even get blood work analyzed at the Fort Smith Health Centre. That is disgusting. You know, it is, you know, we are, and when you do these things and don't do it in a proper way of transparency and accountability, it's disturbing. I'm not going to have any further comment, and I don't want to have any questions, but it's something to think about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Tabacca. Member for Tunade-Willowday.
Just making had a quick question about the Stanton Legacy building. They're split up into two different line items for just under 9.8 million and another one for just under 6.2. Why are they split up the way they are? Because I just combined it. It seems like to be they're both going towards the same building, but it's just south of $16 million, and we're just going to sign off. And I'd like to know a little bit more about why were the numbers split up into the two items. Mr. Cho.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to turn that one over to the Assistant Deputy Minister, Mr. Cooey.
Mr. Cooey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, they're two separate projects because one is around the base buildings and obviously getting the Stanton building upgraded so that it's a building that meets all the standards of a building of that nature for today. And then the other project is the renovations to get that building renovated for the long-term care and the facilities and services that will be operated in there. So they are two separate projects. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cooey. Member for Tunade-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the response. Can you just expand on what base buildings are, just so I understand a little bit better? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Mr. Cooey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the base building modifications, and that's a word for it, was to get things like all the materials that were in the building out, whether there was hazardous materials in there or not, but to get those out, to get that building, the project was to get that building to a suitable situation so that the workers can come in to do those renovations for the long-term care facilities and the other facilities that will be in there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cooey. Member for Tunade-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around this a little better. So is there other work in other buildings around? Because when I hear base buildings, I hear like some extra adjacent buildings that are going to be on that lot that are going to be built. Is that what I'm hearing? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tunade-Willowday. Who wants to? Okay, just. Oh, just wait. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I think, and I feel like there's a crowd of people around me who will correct me if I'm wrong, but that it's essentially that the base buildings are sort of that's the preparatory work so that the renovations can then be done. In simple terms. Nope, I'm still wrong. I'm going to try, Madam Chair, if I could send it over to Director of Terence Coutre, please.
Mr. Coutre?
My apologies, Madam Chair, but I missed the question as I was writing down my notes.
I think just trying to round up what you're saying is there's two projects. There's the line item for the legacy building renovations, and then it's the base building modification. So there's two line items, and why are they broken out into two? What is the difference between a base building and the renovations? If somebody can clarify that, thank you. And if there's two buildings, one building, is it the old Stanton Hospital? Does it include any other buildings? Thank you. Who wants to answer this? Mr. Cooey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I know I'm not quite explaining myself well here, but there is just the one building, the old Stanton building. So the project had two separate projects, which was 2 stages, and one was to get that building up to, I'm going to use the word code, just for code as a word, get that up to the base code. But I see the Minister of Infrastructure is cringing at my comment, but it was to get that up to a base place where everything was signed off and everything was hazard free, so that the different project could begin to do the renovations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cooey. Does the Minister of Infrastructure want to add any details? Please. Thank you.
Sure. So basically, from a contracting perspective, when they wanted to go in with the new consortium to do the renos to make it usable, that had to be one contract. But in order to get to that stage, so that the building was at a spot where they could start doing the renovations, we had to remove HBMA, the hazardous building materials. So that had to be in of its own contract because it had nothing to do with this new company that was coming in to do the renos. So basically, we had to present the building in a certain state. So that contract is to get rid of that, all the HBMA, get it so that it's at the state that we can then hand it over for the second contract. Does that make sense now?
Yeah. Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure. Did you have further questions, Member for Trinidad-Willowday?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that response. The muddied waters are a little more clear now. So just because, it's always good to just get some clarification on this, because this is probably one of the larger allocations of this ask, so it's important that we kind of get that clarification. I had nothing further after that, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions on page 11? Seeing no further questions, we will committee agreed to move into the detailed contained in the table document. All right, so 2021, sorry. Supplementary estimates number 2, Department of Health and Social Services, capital investment expenditures, activity administrative support services not previously authorized, $4,881,000. Does committee agree? Activity 2, health and social programs not previously authorized, $34,439,000. Does committee agree? Total department not previously authorized, $39,320,000. Does committee agree? Can you please turn to page 12 and 13? I will now open the floor to general comments on the Department of Industry, Tourism, Investment, Capital Investments, Expenditures. Comments, questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at the fish processing plant in Hay River and $9 million. I know this went out for tender and then it came over significantly over budget, and we're carrying it on, and there's some plans to adjust. I guess my first question is, how much of this is federal money? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, if I could turn that to Mr. Cooey, please.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Cooey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's a project funded under the Investing in Canada plan. So it is 75% funded under that by the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooey. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Always happy to hear when things are 75% funded. This is one of the line items I have a bit of issues with, in that I'm always hesitant to approve something that we don't exactly know what it's going to be, and I know there's some work to go out and adjust and see if we can get this back on budget. But I've spoken to a number of fishers both on this side of the lake and in Hay River who say this isn't exactly what they're looking for. I also know with the passing of Stacey Linnington, we have lost a significant amount of our previous fishing capacity, and some of the great work that went into the revitalization strategy may not be met by this. So I'm looking for a sense of, if we approve this fish processing plant, Hay River, $9 million, and it's funded by the feds, how much flexibility do we have to actually change what this project looks like. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I mean, I suppose the simple answer to that is it depends at what stage of the project we're at. My understanding, sort of eyeing up the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment, is that I think we're still at a fairly early stage, and she's nodding at me yes. So that all accords with my understanding as well, and then therefore, as such, if we're at an early stage, Madam Chair, then we're at a stage where those plans can still be modified and managed, while still not losing the opportunity to make use of this federal investment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My other understanding of this project is that I recognize we need more fish processing capacity, but by putting it in Hay River, you really severely limit fishers' ability, and you end up overfishing a part of the lake because they simply have to travel to Hay River, whereas where the second part of this line item comes in, the $500,000 for Great Slave fishery remote collection stations. And I recognize that this is largely an ITI issue and very specific, but can I get a sense of where we are expected to install remote collection stations? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't know that we are at that point of planning. Do you have an answer? Oh, well, the answer, Madam Chair, is in Port Resolution and in Yellowknife. So there you go, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess what I would ideally like to see, and I know there's competing interests here and there's different fishers have different things, is that perhaps this $9 million fish processing plant is not just in Hay River and the various remote collection stations are stationed around the lake, and perhaps we're breaking up this $9 million into smaller projects that actually make sure that the lake is evenly fished. So I don't know if in passing this specific line item whether that's possible, and I would like to get a sense from the Minister of going forward on this project and whether it's still possible that the millions of dollars for fishing actually gets broken up and looks different than one plant. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, if I could turn it over to the Minister of ITI, please.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the plant plays into the larger fish strategy revitalization for Great Slave. We have been working in conjunction with a lot of the fishers, the Tucho Fishers Cooperative, other external parties. We are working with Memorial University on reducing the plant size so that we can meet the $9 million, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. The goal here is to build a fish plant in Hay River. That was what came out of the strategy that was, got a date here. There was lots of paper in front of me. March of 2017, it was tabled in the House, and that was part of the strategy, was to have the fish. I hear from numerous fishers that do want the fish plant, including other members in the House as well. So the plan right now is for the $9 million to be used for the plant. My understanding would be that we would need to use it in that manner. However, if there is the options for flexibility and we decide it's not the way to go, then we would look to explore whether we could use the money elsewhere. I'll commit to the member that we'll note his concerns and I'll take them back to the department and we'll incorporate them in as we go forward in our planning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of ITI. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I'm in a bit of a hard spot in that I don't want to vote against this $9 million for the plant in Hay River, but I am very concerned that we actually haven't developed the fishing capacity around the lake to actually meet the demands of the plant we're planning to build. I think we probably need a few more dollars put into remote collection stations and probably more money put into the infrastructure of individual fishers. I know I've talked to every single fisher and they're just struggling to make a profit, let alone fish enough to use this plant that we're planning to build. So I'm hesitant to build a $9 million plant without providing the underlying infrastructure to make sure that people can actually give it enough fish. So I guess I'll just leave that as a comment for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Are there any further comments to this section? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that 9.1 million is staying in Hay River? Thank you. No, actually, you know, at the end of the day, what I look at is doing the right thing. And I think that we have to revisit this and see what is the right thing and what is really required, because things do change a bit. And I guess in saying that, I would like to know, I guess, where we actually are with respect to the design aspect of this. Are we just kind of started? Are we just talking to somebody, or are we kind of partway through it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ITI.
Yes, so we had a plan, and as we went out for the tender and all of the proposals came back too high. So we're just actually tweaking the plan, or gone back to Memorial University, who has provided us with the technical expertise behind the plant design, to say that this is our budget and what are the areas that we can minimize or downsize things so that we can fit our budget, but also to look at different uses for the byproducts of the fish. So not only selling the fish, but we're also exploring where, you know, can we use the stuff for fertilizers and things like that. So my understanding is we're close to having a second finalized plan or ready to come out to members. I don't have the exact date at this time, but it's closer to completion than to the start, for sure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of ITI. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what, if any, I guess, involvement does FFMC have in the design? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister of ITI.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have that. Like, I could probably flip through 1,000 pieces of paper right now to find that to you. I know we do consult and we talk, but there's some restructuring going on there as well. So I'll commit to actually both members are very interested in fishing. So why don't I come back with a briefing on fishing for both the members and any other members that are interested. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the original design was for something like an 8,000 or 10,000 square foot building. Now we're down to half that. And I was just wondering if, I know we ended up buying the equipment before we even had a design. So what's happening with the equipment that's there? Because it was designed for a building twice the size. Are we going to, yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we can certainly commit to getting that information back to the members. There's an obvious interest in it, but that does deviate a bit from the infrastructure carryovers that we're looking at, Madam Chair. But we can certainly get the information nonetheless.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other issue that comes up with that is the location of the plant. Can the Minister tell me what the location is, and if there is any alternate locations? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Chair, I'm going to add that to the commitment of information that we're going to get for the member who has this interest in fishing. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have any further questions on the supplement?
Madam Chair, Minister of ITI mentioned the processing as well, and I'm just curious, I guess, as to the impact, I guess, of that the processing facility will have on the fish that comes in. Are we looking, is this government looking at processing as much as they can and not sending as much through FFMC? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister.
Madam Chair, and I'm happy to make sure that we give those commitments and that we can provide that information, but I don't have that information on the infrastructure stuff. I only have information regarding how much is being carried over from last year to either continue the work that's underway or to follow through on contracts that were previously signed. So I'm quite confident that the Minister of ITI is going to have to give a fairly detailed briefing about the stage of the fishing projects and these particular projects, likely in advance of the capital plans that are coming forward in July, since there will obviously be continuing work included on those plans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions?
Chair, just one more question. I just want a commitment from, I guess, the Minister of ITI that we do get a briefing, a detailed briefing on the plant and design and expenditures sooner than later. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Minister? Thank you, Minister. Seeing the time, I'm going to Mr. Norn.
Masi Cho, I move that the chair rise and report progress.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I have the report of the Committee of the Whole, please? Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 130-19 to supplementary estimates infrastructure expenditures number 2, 2020-2021, and I would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Member for Nunavut. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that Bill 7, Appropriation Act, Operations Expenditures 2020-2021, be read for the third time. Mr. Speaker, I would request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The Minister is requesting a recorded vote. All those to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Yellowknife South. The member for Range Lake. The member for Great Slave. The member for Hay River South. The member for Tabacha. The member for Nunakput. The member for Tunide-Welliday. The member for Nahende. The member for Satu. The member for Inuvik Boot Lake. The member for Hay River North. The member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Decho. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Montfouille. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, June 10th, 2020, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees and the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents, notices of motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters. Table document 130-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Mr. Clerk, this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, June 10th, 2020 at 1:30 p.m.
Order.